Citizens with power among us. That's what we could the leaders of free world as we know it. We made a lot of connections last time. We talked about the Garden of Eden, Hyperborea,
Black Rock, Mount Meru, the quintessential holy mountain at the middle of the world. We also talked about the dome, the firmament, the apex dome above. We're going to take a closer look at some symbolism today. What's up, everybody in the chat? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me okay. If it looks and sounds good, I appreciate it. I'll keep my eyes on the chat. And we're going to jump right into picking up where we left off here, studying the symbolism of the Freemasons. Now, we're also going to talk about George Washington. We're going to get into architecture and some other things in this particular episode. So, I want to jump into this picture right here. I didn't really have time to get into this one. This one has a lot of different Freemasonic symbols and elements and stuff. Last time we covered many of these. So, for example, right here in the middle, we talked about the compass and the square, right? And squaring the circle and where that comes from originally, what it actually means to square the circle. It's not a mathematical problem. As it's been presented to us. It's a location, is to square the circle. That location is right here at the middle of the world, as we've discussed a couple of different times. This is the circle squared, or the circle broken up into quadrants or 4 parts right here at the middle of the world. And this, once again, if you're new or if you didn't catch the first one, this is a map of the Arctic that was drawn by many different cartographers. This particular region, this country at the center of the world, at the top of the world, at the North Pole, was included on many different medieval maps, and I've shared many of those with you. This happens to be my favorite one. This one's iconic, so I'll be using this one throughout the presentation today. So we talked about the square and the circle. We talked about the apron that's made of lamb's skin. Now, you'll also probably see some lamb symbolism. I could probably find a lamb in here somewhere, I'm sure. The lamb, the reason why they use the lamb is because of what the word means. The word lamb is the exact same word as the word lamb.
You are unbelievably iconic. You are a legend.
With a P, as in a light that you turn on. And you'll see some lamp symbolism, a lot of light symbolism. Sometimes it's taken as illumination and knowledge and stuff. Thank you so much for all of the thumbs up in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Now, let's start up here at the top. We have the all-seeing eye. We discussed that last time, being a portion of the firmament that I call the apex dome, the top of the dome of our world, which humps down like a giant chandelier, and it glows, and it can be seen during this cycle where geoplasmas erupt up from the earth, or gases are released from the earth so quickly, so fast that they ionize, they become plasma, and they light up the heavens, they light up the firmament, and this particular portion can be seen. Oftentimes, you'll see these beams that reach up towards this dome. That's not the sun, right? That is a dome that hangs downwards off of this. You can find this in hundreds of medieval paintings, right, across time. The ladder symbolism, we've talked about the ladder symbolism up.
I don't know whether I'll say that's a dome, right? An upside down dome. I don't think no one's ever spoken about an upside down dome. I'm guessing that's just one side of a sphere we're seeing, right? The bottom side of a hemisphere of something. I could be wrong, but an upside down dome, unless it's a reflection of what's below us, I don't know, but yeah, I'm guessing it's a half of a sphere that we can't see, not an upside down dome. Salute to the chat room. Maximus in the building. Shawnee boy, what's up?
Up here, the cross symbolism, the cruciform, etc. Let's see. Oh, there's another picture in here. Oh, I always like to read the Latin too. Do not read the Latin. I don't know if you guys have seen Cabin in the Woods, but they'll put Latin in there. It's a dead language. It's a secret language. So they like to use secret and dead languages, or unknown or unused languages, when they're speaking to one another, right? So, for example, right here, you can see lux, the word lux. That means light. Okay. And then up here, you'll see another language being used. These glyphs, these are Hebrew. So you'll see Hebrew oftentimes, which is very interesting. There is a connection, linguistically speaking, between ancient Hebrew, or what's known as Paleo Hebrew, and Phoenician. Now, Phoenician is interesting too, and we'll come back to that. I'm going to make a correlation between the quote unquote ancient Hebrews, or the Paleo Hebrew language at the very least, the people themselves, the 12 tribes, specifically the 10 lost tribes of the ancient Hebrews, and Grand Tartary, the Tartars, or the Tetars, and some other tribes as well. But anyways, this is the apex dome, okay? And this is the opening in the dome, the depressurization point in the sky, and light comes out of it. It illuminates, it shines, and they have the name of the Hebrew god, as it's commonly called. This is called the Tetragrammaton. It means the 4 letters. Of here we have Yod, He, Vav, and He, right? It together, different people pronounce it in different ways. Commonly, it's called the I am, or it's interpreted as meaning I am. I'm not going to get too deep into that right now, but
Yes, I have heard that the I am part, and it also translates to mother, great mother, or grandmother, right? So this construct and all of these little things have female connections, right? It's always associated back to the female. This actually means grandmother or great mother, right? Great mother. It always ties back to the female.
this is the primordial sun, this dome that is fixed to the underside of the firmament, a bowl that hangs down at the top of the firmament. It lights up. It glows a red color, and it is seen as one of the ancient primordial suns. It was seen as Saturn, it was seen as Kronos, it was fixed and stable at the North Pole. It was the original North Star. We talked.
Oh shit! I see some good folks in the building. I see some good folks. What's happening, Leafy? CC in the building. Me set lay low. What's happening, Chief? I see Chief in the building. Big Chief Ironbush. Salutes, my brother. Much love, much love. Hey, let me know if you wanna rock out with me up here, bro. I'll throw that link out to you. All right, you're always welcome. You know this. Salute to the grand old chat room. Smooth Sunday show. Triple S. Triple S. So yeah, we're gonna rock on with some J Dreamers and plus more things to come. Right. So yeah, we here. We here.
Talked about the skull and crossbones last time as well. The sword symbolism always represents the blue beam that shoots up out of the center of the world, coming from this mountain at the middle of this map. See this mountain right here? This is known as Rupus Nigra, and a beam of energy, mostly ionized oxygen, probably some nitrogen as well, shoots up and it colorizes blue, bluish green, right? And you'll see a beam that shoots up, and it looks like, and can look like, and has been described by historians throughout time as a sword that appears in the sky from time to time. All right, sweet. So that's the sword symbolism. It's also Excalibur.
The sword. Hold on, Chief. You said something the other day regarding the sword, right? And I had to clip it because that was cold, right? That was cold what you said the other day with the sword, right? I had to clip it. And it's funny enough that he's talking about the sword now. So yeah, that's something I wanted to talk to you about, the sword thing, that the sword analogy that you mentioned, right? That was cold.
Excalibur. It's also the quintessential magical sword or singing sword, from legend to legend across time as well. So that is the sword. It's the sword of truth. It is the sword that is seen to defeat the Kraken, or the monster, which is just these plasma tentacles that come down from the other side of the dome when the dome opens up. And it is seen as this great battle in the heavens, in the sky. And it's also giving us a clue as to a location, which is the center of the world. We've got the Ouroboros right here. I'll zoom in on that as best as I can, but you've got the snake that eats its own tail. This is not a snake that eats its own tail. Otherwise, it would just shrink and get smaller and smaller as it continues to eat itself and becoming a dot. This represents a current, an electrical current. Specifically, the electrical current that wraps around this particular island at the center of the world. So there is a plasma sheath, a plasma dome, if you will, of types that protects the Garden of Eden. It is plasma that goes around in a circle, and in ancient times, people described it as a serpent that guarded paradise, that circled around. Okay, so that is the Ouroboros. Now, there's another symbol on here that I thought was pretty interesting that I'd like to point out to you. Here you can see the Garden of Eden right behind me. what looks like the Garden of Eden, the fiery sword, the flaming sword right there. But over here, remember we talked about the coffin, right? Now, a lot of these ancient symbols have made their way into modern corporations. I have found almost no exception, okay? Especially like your car companies and stuff. They don't always have to be Christian in nature. For example, your car companies all harken back to ancient gods, right? Flying gods, the chariots of the gods. So, for example, within Zoroastrianism, there was a god named Ahura Mazda. So, obviously, we have a car company called Mazda. We have another one called Acura. It's just a funny way of saying Akura or Ahura. Ahura Mazda. Over here, we've got the coffin symbol with this triangle that's pointing to the right, sideways, which is reminiscent of you.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
Thank you.
I see what he did there with the coffin. I see what he did there with the coffin. That was cold. But hold on.
Another corporation, which also has a similar type of container with a triangle in the middle of it.
Hold on. But you know what they're showing you, right? I haven't even got it up, but I'll rock with this. Look what they're showing you. I told you already, it all leads back to the eye, right? The coffin, believe it or not, is just an elongated hex, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. It's just an elongated hex. It's a representation of, the hex or Saturn's cube, and you've got the triangle in the middle, right? The upside down pyramid, the diamond in the hex, what I've been showing you guys with the hex in the eye, Lion's Gate, and you go through the gate, then you've got, possibly the real shape of the earth, the pyramid, the mound, but you got to go through the hex first, right? Have to go through Saturn's eye, right? And that's what they're showing you, an elongated hex. Look, I kid you not. So whenever you see the coffin, just think of the hex, right?
We've got, let's see, we've got some other stuff here. The Phoenix. I'll probably talk about the Phoenix here in just a bit. Here we have the columns and the pillars. So we have the two main ones you can see right next to me, but right there is broken pillars. Now, I'm going to talk about the broken columns and the broken pillar symbolism here in just a minute. So we'll come back to that, but keep it in mind. We also have the Tower of Babylon or the Tower of Babel over here that you can see, right? That was not a construction project. It was not the world's largest skyscraper or a building. It is something that was created by the earth. It is this tower in the middle of the world, as I pointed out many different times.
Boom. Hey, this is why I love Jay, I'm with him on that. I don't think it's something we constructed. It's a representation of something that was here before us or something that's protruding, right? The mound, the diamond, the magnetic diamond, the nucleus, something is rising, right?
Times. This is ancient Babylon. Okay. Now, this region went by many different names. Each of these quadrants went by their own names, and they had subsections and little towns and villages in these places, right? But this is ancient Egypt, Babylon, Israel, etc. All of those places were originally here before those inhabitants were kicked out and forced out by a cataclysm. Now, they left these places and they went about renaming in the new places that they settled in honor of this place, their homeland. All right, so let's see. Let me get back to these symbols. There's a lot of symbolism here. We talked about the key symbolism that traces its roots back to Janus, the god of doorways, the janitor god who comes every once in a while and cleans the world out. That's the plasma that cleans the world out, especially cold plasma and especially oxygen as a plasma. Let's see. This one's got a lot of stuff in it, so I'm going to skip past this particular one. I don't really want to go over all of these individually. This one is of interest to me. So here's a picture. It's a Freemasonic picture that has some of the elements within Freemasonry. Some of them we've talked about before. Obviously, we have the black and white symbolism, the transfer or the two opposing worlds that we go through with the white mountain and the black mountain at the center of the world, as we spoke about last time. We have the sun on one side, we have a star in the middle, and we have the moon on the other side. Above the moon, we have the 7 sisters, or the 7 lights, the 7 stars. Some people pointed out that these might be a reference to the Pleiades, which is interesting. I've done a study on the word Pleiades, and it's related to the word ocean or waters, as in the waters above.
Mhm.
It's related to the word plage, which
Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, Michelle.
different languages means sea or ocean, right?
Sea, right? Sea or ocean. Sea or ocean. When I think of the sea, I think of sight, right? Just like on one of those Hollow Earth maps that I showed you, right? They spell CSEE, like as you would see, right? And then the waters would be the vitreous waters, right? But not only that, right? They have, look, the 7 stars, right? So would this be the stars within the firmament? I don't know. They got the moon there. They got the moon on that side.
So Pleiades is actually Plagiarin, the Plagiarins. I don't want to get too deep into that teaching, but I did a video called "The Secret of the Elves," and I believe I broke down that word. It might have been in that video. I don't know, but I'll come back to that word. Okay, it's besides the point. So we have three columns here, right? Oftentimes we have the 2 columns in the middle, but the Freemasons like to add a 3rd column, right? A 3rd pillar, which symbolically represents the anode mountain, the cathode mountain, which have their own beams that shoot up into the sky, and then the central one at Mount Meru. Those are the 3 main pillars, the 3 main columns, and they give rise to 3 different styles of architecture, especially within the ancient Greek world, right? They had these 3 different styles of pillars or columns that they would use, and they represented these 3 types, energetically speaking, at the middle of the world, these beams that shot up from the earth. This is Jacob's ladder right here in the middle. This is that central beam, that central pillar that shoots up from Mount Meru, that plasma that comes up out of the earth as the gases rush up. And like I talked about, there's the rungs of the ladder are instabilities within the plasma itself. And then this is also Yggdrasil. This is the tree of life, etc., right here in the middle. But look at the directions. They've put the directions over here. They have north on the left, south on the right, east on the top, and west. If you could see it, it would be down here at the bottom. You see how there's a W down there at the bottom? Right. Well, this goes back to
They got west at the bottom on that one there. And they got west at the bottom. That's crazy. When I think of west at the bottom, I think of the underworld, Westworld, right? Remember the crater that we came across in a crater? I thought I heard the back door go. 1 second. Oh, that's Brody. Chee, that's Brody. Hey, big chief in the building.
Me set, brother. Me set to all the beloved eternal souls here.
Mm-hmm.
Good rising to you. Salute.
Facts.
I'm traveling right now in the vehicle, so I was just watching. When I was in the house, I could see the presentation, but when I hop on the StreamYard, I'm unable to see the presentation. I can only hear you.
Okay.
So I just want to let that be known.
Okay. Well, we can stop that for a while and chop it up then, bro, if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I was just simply watching.
Hold on, you're bogging.
The I am that I am thing.
Yeah.
That comes from the so-called Hebrew language called it's actually Phoenician mixed with Canaanite, but the word is Asher Haya or Haya Asher Haya. And if you go into the real etymology of it, it doesn't mean I am that I am. It means I will be, I will come to pass. And if you go even deeper, it means I'm going to come to pass through you by attaching myself to you. This is the real. I'm not. This is not coming from I. This is the deepest etymology that you can get with those words. Haya, Asher, Haya, or Haya. It doesn't mean I am that I am. That was a mistranslation. It's something saying I'm gonna come to pass, and I will be. And the way I'm gonna do it is through you, by attaching myself to you, like the Lord of Hosts, a parasite. That's what it is. It's the you can call it AI, you can call it the all-seeing eye, whatever. It's basically just a form of consciousness that's not eternal. It's infinite. The people get infinite and eternal mixed up. Eternal is boundless, limitless. It's forever changing. Infinite has infinite possibilities that can be manifested, but it's stuck in a loop. It's That's why they say there's nothing new under the sun. That's the religious indoctrination, because the sun ain't even that high. So anything under the sun really is not as much as we think. You know, the sun is just a focal point. It's a reflection, just the same way the moon is. We went over that before.
Yeah.
But
What if that's a different, I mean, a different meaning for, nothing new under the sun, meaning their sun, because they've got everything mapped out. But I mean, when they mean the sun, I think they're talking about the other sun, the black sun, in my opinion.
possibly in the word new. So if you take new, it's also KNEU. So there's nothing new, because new is past tense. So there's no such thing as you knew something. You have to know it. And knowing means you have to be now. So now is know. That's the same word. Now, know, one, own, and they change it. They change it to NWO, New World Order. But it's all the same sequence of. It's all the same letters. It's just in different sequence. But it's own the moment in the now. In the now, you know, and you've also won. So it's all about being in the moment. So when there's nothing new under the sun, it's a factual statement. You just have to have a certain perspective on it. It really is based a lot upon this spoken words and these languages that people don't realize. As much as we get on Raw Legion and all these indoctrinations, we kind of skip past language, spoken language. That's what they call it: lesser magic, spelling, cursive. I mean, they put it all in your face and let you know. So we could have all the knowledge in the world, but then when we're speaking, we're stifling ourselves, because we're literally speaking. That's the sword that you was bringing up as well. It's also your spoken word. It's a vibration. So it's micro, meso, macro. So when Jay is talking about the sword coming out of stone, that's also the sword coming out of the stone, or the Adam's apple, or whatever you want to say, your throat chakra. That's why I say when Christ returned, everybody leaves this out. It says he's going to return with a great sword in his mouth. What are you going to do with a sword in your mouth? That means it's a vibration. The ancestors is trying to let you know, even though all these books have been hijacked at this point, but there's still little sprinkles of truth in them. You just got to have the eye to see. And two other miscellaneous things. I heard him mention Janus, the two-faced guy. That goes back to Anu. And on, and really Uranus, because Uranus it's a light in the firmament, but the ancestors use it as the word heaven, because they believe that light is not a reflection coming from below, as the other, like how we would say bigger Earth, the Tiamat, water world. They believe that Uranus was the actual start of the next, like somewhere else, not just Saturn. That's why they call Saturn the Most High, because when something is far away and it's reflecting, and that's why we gotta do this teaching, brother. I know it keeps getting delayed, but it's gonna happen. But the whole thing here and the whole perception of lights and these planets and anomalies, and people think they're seeing Nibiru and on these cameras in Alaska and things, and these weird rainbow circle things and stuff. It's all based off refraction and reflection, and it's light, it's lenses.
Yeah.
We cannot fathom it because we've never really seen the real diagram like laid out. So like the true diagram, not all this like how Jason's trying to decode the Freemason, their little papers they put out. They put it on there, but we still are left to speculate upon certain things. If we had a real diagram that was, shown and written out to show everybody how it really works, it might be a little confusing at first, but at least you will have the capacity, the access to the capacity to understand the truth of how it's working. And that's where they get the term light bearer from and all that. It's reflecting our own light, all of it. Like that's why I said the sun is a reflection. The sun is an intersection and a reflection. Like you said, the black sun. People ask me all the time when I mention like the triple black seed of the mother. Like why is it? You gotta realize all colors come from black. All colors. That's how a black woman can have every shade of color baby. That's it just on the micro level. So when blue carries the most information without collapsing upon itself, it's not the highest vibration. Purple or violet vibrates higher, but the only thing about violet is it's so close, getting so close to black. If you put too much information in it on that light wave, it'll collapse back into black. It'll actually collapse. So blue holds the most information. That's why when we're coming to this blue sun, and the sun is already blue, it's just they're hiding it from us, and with the spray and all that kind of stuff, and it's in heavy populated areas with their little sun simulators, which a sun simulator is nothing more than a glare. They're just putting a glare, or they're aiming at the focal point with like how you take a mirror. You know how you can take a mirror and make a shiny, put it in somebody's eyes, like that glare. That's what they're doing. They just putting that in front of, on top of like the real focal point. And people have sent me pictures all across the world of the blue sun. Like, but it's always out in the middle of nowhere, like that somebody grabs these pictures where they're still spraying, but they're spraying with like little crop dusters and stuff, not these big jets and things that are these big, drones and bigger planes that most of us see. Out in the country, they doing it with little these little crop dusters. And these farmers, I actually know a couple farmers that, one of them has now turned the money down, but they're paying these people $5,000 for an acre to get sprayed. $3,000 to $5,000 to take their little crop duster and spray 1 acre. Like there ain't too many people that's gonna turn down that kind of money right now. To just get up in their plane, their own personal plane on their farm, and let the government give them this spray.
Yeah.
They even hooked their planes up with it. Show them, they make it so easy. It's just a little switch that they hit once they get up in the air. They just one little click, and it comes on. And so we're not really getting to see. People talk about like astrology and stuff. We're not even really, even just through light pollution, we're not getting to see a lot. And then on top of that, they got a whole nother layer of things that is like blocking. It's almost like they're adding another lens.
Yeah. Possibly. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Even Trump talked about some golden dome over America. What is a dome? It's a lens. You know what I mean? So it seems like they're trying to tear Ra form once again, as they always do.
So hold on,
Like,
wait there, bro. Because look, I mean, I've heard people speak about the Bible and these things is more for the future, right? Even though events happened, which you could say happened in the past, right? But I've heard some people make connections that it's really a book for the future, right? But even with this dome stuff, right? What if that the dome stuff was coming in the future, right? And what if it's not really here now, but it's coming?
yo, that is an excellent point. That is actually how this works. It's not that it's in the future; it's also in the past as well. Because the past, it's a cycle here.
God.
It's time is a frequency. All right, time is like money. It has no value unless we give it our energy. So time is the same way. Unless you're agreeing upon it and you bought into it, and we are. We've been in from the moment we go to school, we're taught that we gotta catch the bus at a certain time, be at class at a certain time, go to your next class at a certain time. If you gotta go to the bathroom, you better go to the bathroom at a certain time. It's and then which during those times you're taught that hey, you're gonna graduate at this time. Maybe you'll go to college at this time. You'll meet your significant other and have children around this time. By this time, you should have a house, and then you should do this, and then you should do. People got their whole life planned out by time. That's why Saturn is so venerated because for whatever reason, it's evident they figured out that Saturn, the crater, the energy signature,
Mhm.
is pretty much either the progenitor or just the emanation of what time is. That's why Chronos is not this see they mystify and spookify everything like Chronos is this person with the sickle up in Sky Daddy or something. It's if you look at the etymology of Chronos, it actually means like linear time. And I'm here to tell you anything linear is an illusion.
Mm.
And the word illusion is just ill use of ions. Everything in ions is just energy. So that means they're using energy in an ill way to deceive your soul.
Mhm.
And once your soul is deceived, you lose your authority. And that goes to what you said. So then we start buying into anything that is given to us, and it's usually given to us by someone we love because they got indoctrinated. So that's the love connection. So then it plays on the strings of your heartstrings. That's why it's so hard for people to let go of these raw legions and these stories because you've invested love into these stories. They've preyed on what you are, and you are love. An eternal soul is pure love. That's why children are like the purest emanation of that because they haven't been indoctrinated with layer upon layer of pretty much worldly muck. So a child rises up, in the early rising as soon as they get up, and they're automatically happy for no reason. Singing, dancing to themselves, got a song in their heart, just playing around. And there's not parents, but there's mothers and fathers that will actually get upset because it's too early and they'll start yelling and stuff at their child, like, because their child's happy and they're miserable. And the misery comes from not being in alignment with the true origin of your soul, not these bodies, not all this other stuff. You know what I mean? But the key is from in my perspective is balance because you know they can too much of anything is not good. So even right now, we're in a moment right now where they know that people are remembering who and what they truly are. So
Yeah, but
it,
true.
they know they know they can't stop it, so they want to distort it.
See,
So
look,
what
okay.
they want,
Hold on, I'm glad you said that because look, when you mentioned balance, right? For me, in my opinion, what I come to see, right? whenever we find a bit of balance, they seem to, mess that up also, right? So it's like they're watching us when we're comfortable, and then they know the right thing to project or put in the mix to, cause disruption.
Well, you see it that you see what just happened with the whole. I'm not gonna say the whole thing for the algorithm, but the whole CK thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
The whole, the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
Charlie.
Facts.
That
Hmm.
whole thing. They always interject something like that.
Yeah.
Like George Floyd. You know,
Hmm.
a couple, and then if you do, dive into, people call rabbit holes, it becomes evident when, like with George Floyd, for instance, just a real quick analysis of that situation. They said the event happened in Minnesota. Minnesota, known as the Twin Cities. George Floyd was a twin. He was also a Gemini, and it happened in the season of Gemini. So he's in the Twin Cities, twin sign. He's in. It would happen during when the sun was in Gemini, and it happened. The whole story is he went into the store with a fake $20 bill. The $20 bill is Andrew Jackson, the only president that was a twin ever. So the whole story was based around this twin energy, and that just goes back to Enki, Enlil, Cain, Abel, Ishmael, Isaac, uh, you know, uh, all of them. Esau, Jacob. It's the splitting of the sacred masculine to turn it to distorted masculine. And once they can do that, the distorted masculine is becomes a ruler instead of harmonic, like the sacred feminine. See, a lot of people in this moment, especially in my experience, a lot of men are kind of like either a little offended, maybe a little confused, or a little lost in their position with the sacred feminine energy rising to where it should be. You have to realize the sacred feminine is not rising to take this distorted masculine spot as a ruler. It's rising to bring balance back and harmony back to existence in this realm. Now, many of us are going to move on to the next place, but we're still here. So, you might as well know the truth no matter where you are, because you are true. Love is truth, and truth is love. So they go hand in hand. You know what I mean? The only thing that you really know is truth. Everything else you be live. You know that your mom is your mom. You don't say, "Yeah, I believe that's my mom." No, you know your mom. You only believe in something you don't know.
That's it.
And that's how they get us. But yeah, and then just another miscellaneous fact. I know that Jay Dreamers had mentioned the Pleiades. The original word for Pleiades is Madonna,
Madonna.
and yeah, Madonna is the original. He said a different word, but the original word for the Pleiades is Madonna. That's the furthest back you can go. I mean, you in this cycle, because we can go back to other cycles and Atlantis and all that. I'm speaking of the last 12,000, about 12,500 years when I say cycle. But in this cycle, yeah, it was Madonna. That's where the seven sisters, the seven sibylline priestesses. The whole book of Revelation comes from the sibylline priestesses.
Hey, I'll give you some
But
quick game. You know what they're showing you, right? When they're showing you Madonna, mother and child.
say it again, the last part.
You know what they're showing you when they're showing you mother and child, Madonna.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with like the virgin cult, the black virgin cult, and all that. And like she had that song, like a virgin.
Yeah, all right. But what they're actually showing you is the mother, right, would be the lens, and the child would be the nucleus inside of the mother. The nucleus and the lens.
Mm,
That's the light. Whenever you see Jesus as the light, he's the nucleus, he's the lens coming out of the mother. Free game for you, bro.
that's fact, because think about the womb. The
Hmm.
womb is darkness.
Hmm.
So is the heart. The heart is surrounded by darkness. The womb is in darkness. Your pineal gland is in darkness. Everything that truly is like vital, your organs, everything is in darkness, surrounded by darkness. So that would be perfectly articulated, because that is the light that comes emanates out of the darkness. So on the macro, that would be the vibration, or they say Christ is the word, or the Son of God, and this and that, the light of the world. uh that would be the emanation coming out of the triple black seed of the mother. So that's where the whole black virgin cult comes from. It's actually metaphysical. See, we're coming. The only thing that I see, the only issue I see at this moment is there's a lot of good stuff out here on the internet. There's a lot of good teachers, but a lot of good teachers are getting stuck on one thing, and they think that that's the only thing. You have to realize it's all. If truth is truth, it's going to be always and always. That's the nature of light. That's holography. So when all these books that's called holy just means holography. It's light. And holy, it means also wholeness. So in holograms, you can take one little itty bitty piece of it, and it has the whole thing in it too. That's us. Every cell that we have, everything that we are, is also out here. So, because we are the all. We have the all in us. We are it, So one little piece of us has the entire all in it. That's why if you take a microscope and go down, and you take a telescope and go up, and you do a time-lapse photography of it, you won't even know which one is which. You won't know which one is going out into the cosmos, or whatever you want to call it, the plasma reflection. You won't know which one is going into the cells and going down into the nucleus, and the neutrons, electrons, and protons, and mitochondria, and protein, and all that. You would not even know. It's the same. It's all the same. And the God of this world uses what we call carbon. That's the real mark of the beast, 666. Everybody's waiting on it. You're already in it. The mark of the beast is animal skins. It's carbon. It's so but what they do is they keep changing. They keep adding layer upon layer upon layer every time a new age comes, a new consciousness comes, because that's the only way they can keep control of this realm. They being the ones that are stuck here. If you were stuck here, you would probably do the same thing they're doing. You would want to make it your place, your home. You have the dome in you, the dome in ion, the energy under the dome. You know what I mean? So a lot of people ask, on many occasions, do I think that who we know as the Anunnaki, Elohim, do I think that they made the firmament, or was it made over top of them to trap them here? And to be honest with you, I haven't really meditated heavily upon that to give a definitive answer, but what just feels that my initial discernment on my heart is that there is an original, an authentic, a natural. It's just a toroidal field that goes out, but it's not what is in there today, because we have the proof of that through the ancient, not books. I'm talking about stuff in stone that can't be changed 30,000 times. In stone, about these stories about Marduk splitting Tiamat in half. Tiamat just means the great mother, or the great mother, the water world. So it's all hydrogen. And hydrogen is the highest element. That's the high dragon. So they call Tiamat the high dragon. That's hydrogen. It's water. That's why it's all Meru. Mount Meru is it's Mary, it's water. Mary is water. Mariah is water. Meru, America, like Mara, Mara. All of that is water, and that's the mother. And like the rivers of living water, like the energy and the wave and all that, like it's all and water is light. It moves in spirals. That's why, I don't want to get too graphic, but I'm pretty sure we're all grown here. But even when you pee, your pee moves in a spiral. When you pour out water out of a water bottle, look at it. It moves in a spiral. When you flush your toilet, it moves in a spiral. It depends. If you're on the other side of the world, it'll go in the opposite direction because you're on the other side of the mountain of what they call magnetic north. So it's spinning the opposite way. That's why they read right to left too. It's the toroidal field, it's the magnetism pulling all the energy. It's either pushing or pulling. And magnetism is way more powerful than electric. So L is what they call the God of this world. It's under Ma or magnetism. Like you were saying about that's the mother. When I first came on, I heard you saying that. Mother is magnetism, the father is L. Yon, the most high, time, the father that eats his own kids. A kid is a baby goat. Goat is the greatest of all time. So that's why they say like Jesus was the sinless, and he was basically the goat, the greatest of all time. And he was sacrificed by his own father for us. But if you go back, his own father don't even really like us. He said it himself. He was sorry he even made us, but that's going into the. All they did was copy that out of Sumerian tablets, Enlil, and Enlil's original name is El, so it's LL basically.
LL.
So it's all go back, and L is just. It's L7. That's why L in the Shabbat in Saturn is 7. Is Saturn day is 7th day. If you put an L and a 7 together, it's a square. It's the L7. It's the angle. It's 90-degree angle. It's half. It's not even half. It's a quarter. And that also has to do with, I don't know if you've seen, I forget the name of that clock thing. It's
the Prague clock.
It's like, yeah. It shows you that we basically are only habitating approximately 1/4 of our crater at any given moment. That's why they call things ice ages and stuff. There's always an ice age here. There's an ice age right now. It's called Antarctica. So when they tell you, the ice age is, 13,000 years. No, that was just one spot that was frozen that got unfrozen and then somewhere else froze up. This is mentioned by Blavatsky in her literature and all that about how during the sun cycle, it goes from the outer rim being frozen to the inner part being frozen. Basically, the equator gets frozen at a certain point. And we have documentation. Well, let me correct that. Oral tradition that's passed on in my tribe that the sun has not always risen in the east and set in the west. There's been times where it was opposite. It came up in the west and set in the east. And you just said a great point too about west being down. In the Bible, the original word for west is the word Yam. And Yam is a Canaanite pantheon god. And Yam just means is water as well. It's the water. It's the ocean. Yam. So west means down. You said Sheol, that's the waters below. You know what I'm saying? So even the word Yam, so west was Yam. That's the ocean. They say the ocean is the deepest thing here. It goes down the furthest. So east would be up if that's down, and east is known as air.
And you know why another thing? You know why another thing sorry, east would be considered up, right? Because that's where Ishtar was. The Ishtar. Ishtar is the place where you could say the great star is the lens. That was up. That
Mm,
they used to hold sacred. Ishtar, the mother goddess, right?
brother, we gotta have this. What we're doing right now is exactly what we're going to do. You
Um,
know, over on my down right down the street, brother. You know, we neighbors. I'm
mhm,
3 doors down from you.
facts.
We gonna we gonna rock out the same way we conversing right now.
Mhm.
You know, and you on point with everything you're saying, brother. Everything. I love it, man. I
Respect.
love it for sure. And you know, and I tell you, and somebody else, a lot of people don't know that got into the lens. I know you're aware of him, but you might not know how that he goes into it in depth. Is the Bill Donahue?
Mm. Mhm.
You familiar with William Donahue? Bill Donahue?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
He goes
actually,
into
yeah.
Yeah, he goes into the lens quite a bit. You just gotta find the He got so many. He got over 500 some teachings.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? You just gotta find them. But he has some pretty good stuff on the lens and the light and about the pineal gland and stuff. But I don't want to be too long winded. But
Now you good, bro?
what I will what I will say is what's been unveiled to our ears, they got us all concentrating on the pineal gland when actually the controllers, they're the moment we're coming into, they're actually more focused on the pituitary gland, which is the queen's chamber. It's because that's the sacred feminine energy. So the pituitary gland controls your ability to hold hydrogen, well, amongst many things. Actually does 7 things. There's a 7 again. It's the 7 chakras, 7 seals, this, that.
Mhm.
7 vital uh, operations it performs. And 2 of the main things is how you're able to hold water and the and your how you metabolize physical food. So when your pituitary gland, your queen's chamber is operating at the highest level, you don't even have to drink water like that or eat like that. So we're coming to a point where all this poison food and stuff is going to be irrelevant because it's going back to, you know, some people use say breatharians and things like that. It's not really.
I
You
heard of
can
that.
say that.
I've heard of that before, breatharians. I never looked into it. I heard of the concept, but I didn't look into it. But when I heard about it, I was like, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, what it is they've either consciously or subconsciously they've just tapped into what is called prana. So there's 2 different forms of eternal, and it's one eternal energy, but it's 2 aspects of it. The internal is called the chi. So when you're emanating your own eternal energy, that's the chi. That's where the word chiro or comes from. Christos, the anointed one. Uh, and prior to that, it was hero. Hero comes from the word Heru, and we know Heru is Horus. And Horus, him and his father were one, the same way Jesus said him and his father are one. Well, Horus and Osiris were one, or if you want to use you know, their real words, it was Heru and Asar. Asar is the same as Asar means the golden czar, meaning the one that's ruling the golden light. Same story as the Anunnaki coming over here to mine gold. They weren't mining physical gold, they were minding, not mining, minding our aura, our golden light. Today it's, the Gnostics called them archons, eating off of our loose energy. Loose energy is just a new way to say spiritual friction. It's anxiety, it's depression, it's worry. It's basically anything outside of being in the moment. That's not it. It's basically anything that's not in harmony. and you have the free will is the most authoritative thing in existence. The free will is your God power. It doesn't matter what happens to you out here, externally, nothing. It does not matter what happens. It's all about how you respond, and that's your free will response. And most moments, the best response is simply observation. And even observation has a profound effect. Just from looking at something, it literally gives it energy to manifest. And that's been proven with the double slit experiment. When you look at a wave, it collapses into particles. So if we look at something, if we have that much authority, we are that authority. Authority just goes back to author of the golden light. We're the authors, the author, the Thor of the gold, the golden light, the aura. We're the authors of it. Authority. So we're the ones that are have the authentic authority to manifest our reality. The problem occurs when there's other gods and goddesses here that behold this same essence, and they're deceived, and that becomes the the agreement of the masses. So if you have 100,000 people that are agreeing upon a certain thing, that's going to manifest worldwide more than if it's just 15 of us. Now we can still manifest our reality, because even you can do it by yourself. But if you got where two or more are gathered, where three are gathered, it makes a cord that cannot easily be broken. So you know, basically, and that's where the world manifestation comes in at. Like people think, like at all this stuff in any book. I'm not just trying to pick on the Bible. Like any kind of book that proclaims prophecy, it like you said it earlier. What if it's not even there? What if we're manifesting it because we're buying into it so heavily that we're literally giving it energy and making it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's my whole thing with archaics. People think I got something against Jason Brashears. I don't have nothing against any man or woman out here, brother. I love everybody. But I'm not the position I'm in. I cannot simply sit back and watch 100,000 people just go into a new religion without at least attempting to open my mouth in the most respectful manner.
Yeah.
Without belittling. I don't belittle anyone. I don't call names or nothing like that. But a lot of people are getting offended, man. A lot of people, but the truth is like when you've been living in deception and then the truth comes,
Mm-hmm.
either it's like a band-aid. You can either have it taken off slowly and prolong it, and it's still gonna feel you're still gonna feel it,
Yeah.
or you can just get it ripped off real quick. But either way, you're gonna feel it because you haven't been resonating that full truth. So when the full truth comes, it's like love, brother. True love. I was married for 24 years. You know my situation with my
Mm-hmm.
wife passed
Mm-hmm.
in January. So you think that people hear that and like, oh, that's like a storybook. Man, look, 24 years with the same person. It's not no Cinderella or some kind of just all blissful thing. It's getting through the hard times as well. And the truth and love is not always comfort and convenience. And that's what a lot of people out here are looking for. They're not looking for the truth. They're looking for convenience and something that feels good.
Yep.
So when it doesn't feel good, that's when the ego takes over and said, "Nope, I don't like this. I don't like the way this feels. I like being comfortable. I don't even want to know this. Matter of fact, this person is a fluke. This person is a fraud, a shill. This person is I don't like him." And that's pretty much what happens. The ego takes back control because it's not the soul the soul loves truth. The soul yearns for, because that's the only thing the soul really knows. The soul doesn't resonate with anything else. That's why if you are how they've taught us to pray, and I've said this before, only predators pray. Anything you're saying and asking for that's a lie, like money. You're praying for money or something. The universe or God or whatever you want to say, your higher power, your higher self, the origin of eternal soul, life, light, and rest, does not hear that, because the universe doesn't resonate with illusions. The true source doesn't resonate, and money's an illusion. So you asking about money, it's not. That's on you. You can't. You can't pray about that stuff. It goes unheard.
Yeah.
You're the only one hearing it.
Yeah. I feel you.
You know what I mean? So it's all about truth, brother. And that's why people like you and I, and even whoever is here right now, that's why we're here. You don't have to have 100,000 subs or anything. You can have 10 people, and that's what you at this moment, what you're supposed to be doing. One of those 10 might go on to be the one that reaches millions.
That's it.
So it's not about numbers and this and that, and then people get caught up in all that. Like, shots get fired at if he's such a good teacher, why he only got 7,000 people on YouTube? Brother, I don't care. You could have 200,000 subs on YouTube and 80,000 of them are bots.
That's a fact.
And then the other 80,000 not even really tapped in. They just there for entertainment.
Mm.
So really, you got about like 30,000 like people that's really tapped in at all that, if you want to be, logical about it. But that's all ego stuff, man. But yeah, I don't want to interrupt too much, brother. I know you had got your presentation going. I just wanted to add a few things. I'm here. I'm Greg. I had a long night, and I know time difference. We got big time difference. I'm just now grabbing my coffee. So,
Woo.
But I'm gonna mute the mic. Yeah.
Just now,
I'm just now getting it's 4:00, 4 p.m. over here, and I'm just now getting my coffee, bro.
Long day.
So yeah, you already know. But I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm still on here, and I'm gonna order my coffee. So I just want to let you know that I'm still present.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, man. Rock out. I'm just gonna press play, and we can, anything you hear him saying, you pause it and
And
have a little chat. Yeah.
If it's something you want my attention on, just holler at me and I'll hear you, and I'll hop back on.
Good man. Good
All
stuff.
right, brother. Love you, man.
Love you.
Back to ancient esoteric directions, as I've spoken about before. The Freemasons, some of them at least, seem to know this. They seem to understand that within antiquity and going far back to the beginning, east was in the direction of the star. The star, this star right here at the top of the world, it's the apex dome. That was eastward, up, right? East is up. And west, inversely, was down. It was down into the earth. It was down into the bowels of the earth. The underworld was west. Here you have the 101 symbolism as well.
Chief, I'm not sure if you heard him speak about this dome, right? The apex dome at the top of the world, right? But when he shows the dome, it's always inverted, right? Now, my thing is that, like, I've never heard no one speak of an inverted dome, right? It's not mentioned anywhere. Now, I'm guessing it's probably just one side of the celestial sphere that they're showing, one hemisphere, but they're not showing you the complete circle to it, right? Possibly. That's if you're still there, right? I'll just throw that out there.
As well, this represents the island at the middle of the world, that circular island.
He talked about the flip ring or the choke ring, that little the inverted. Hold on, brother. I'm in the middle of this order. I'm gonna chime back in.
Yeah.
About that dot in the middle is Mount Meru. And then we have the anode and the cathode beams on either side, acting as lampstands or trees or lights on either side, angels sometimes as well, right?
The dot in the middle.
And this is also the place where it all begins. That's why in your colleges, you'll always start in room 101. That means you're a neophyte. That means you're a beginner, right? You're looked at within Freemasonry as a plant that just sprung forth from the ground. That's what neophyte basically means. And that's why we use the 101 symbolism, because this is the place where it all begins, which is the Garden of Eden. This is just a picture form that shows you the Garden of Eden. We'll come back to the shaping of the stones, and are they actually, builders or architects or whatever, or did they make stone? That's another question to ask. All right, let's move on to this next picture here. So very similar. You're going to find similar imagery.
Hold on, go back a second.
All right, let's move on. Or did they?
See the square over here? It's got like a pyramid on top of it with a dome or mega sign. Cool.
Make stone? That's another question to ask. All right, let's move on to this next picture here. So very similar. You're going to find similar imagery. You have the moon over here with 7 stars. Once again, these 7 stars. Okay, there are, like I said, there are 7 what I call plasma volcanoes. Okay, there's that central one, which I just showed you, that's at the middle of the world. And the legends, and even throughout many religions, indicate that there are 7 sisters, 7 titans, 7 giants that surround this central figure. And it's also spoken of in the book of Revelation. In the book of Revelation, it talks about this beast that comes up out of the ocean. That's the Arctic Ocean. It's the Septentrio or the Septentrionalis. It has 7 heads. The book of Revelation comes right out and plainly tells you the 7 heads are 7 mountains. Use wisdom. It gives you a clue as to what they're talking about so that we can decode it and reconstruct it, right? And see past the symbolism. So here we have the tetragrammaton at the top. It's very small here, but I'll zoom in. We've got the triangle, the delta, which, if you remember from our last presentation, means doorway. It means an opening. It means a portal. There is
the doorway, the opening, the portal, Lion's Gate, the pyramid, right? The opening, Lion's Gate, Lens Gate, the Great Mother, look, NIN again. It's got the lady up here, right? Personifying it.
There is an opening in the sky. The sky rips open from time to time, causing atmospheric depressurization. The light comes in. There's light on the other side. We all know that heaven is a place of light, right? Children know that. So where is heaven? It's up. Of course, it's beyond the firmament. It's on the other side. If the firmament were to open up, you would see the glory of the heavens. You would see these ambient dark lights, these neon lights. It's very beautiful on the other side of the firmament, and it lights up. And there is light that swirls around our dome, or the.
He's probably talking about the rods and the cones, right? If you crack the lens open, at the back of the lens through the vitreous humor, you'll see, right, the wall where it gets projected. But above the wall, the back of the wall, is the rods and the cones. Is that the lights they're talking about outside of the firmament? Because remember, through the research that we done the other day, the moon is the firmament, like I've been saying. And I also have been saying the moon is the lens in the eye. So you crack that lens open, you look through them waters, past the heavens, apparently, you get the rods and cones. Are those the lights you're describing, Jay?
On the other side of the firmament, and it lights up. And there is light that swirls around our dome, or the firmament itself, and that light.
See, when you're saying dome, I can't buy into the dome because I know the firmament is not the dome. It's the moon. It's the lens. It's the lens. Look, we already went over that. It's this, look. The firmamento, the firmament. This is it, the moon. We covered this. I've been saying this. Nobody's listening to me. It's the lens in the eye. That's the firmament. It's not a dome. All right? Not a dome.
Light comes in when the firmament opens. Specifically, plasma comes in. Okay. You have the tetragrammaton in the middle, the delta right there. Sometimes it's an eye, sometimes it's an eye with a triangle. Either way, it means a doorway. This is the original gate.
You're the CEO
The original gate.
of Temu, right?
Yes.
That's Lens Gate. That's Lion's Gate. Checkmate. I got him. If that's the original gate, that would be Lion's Gate. Lens Gate. The lens. Right?
Star, or the portal that is in the star, or the star gate to a physical actual star. It is the only actual quote unquote star that is physical up there above us in the sky. Okay, it's a part of the firmament. All the other stars are little light.
Hold on a second. Add that to the screen again. The screen button. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I had dropped off, but the last thing I heard you say was about how he talks about that inverted dome, and then I heard you bring up the pyramidal structure. It's funny that you would bring that up because Bill Donahue, there's synchronicity right there within our dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Donahue talks about this, but he doesn't elaborate further about basically when this event happens, what we call most people know as a pole shift, pretty much. That's like the main thing people know. But there's an event, a reset that does happen. It's a fact. It does happen. It's from the red sun to the blue sun. The red sun's what people call Nibiru. And it's also the return of the consciousness called Neb Haru. That's where Nibiru comes from. It's Neb Haru, which just means everyone's eye of Ra, or whatever you want to call it, depending on your first eye gets open. So anytime you get close to these changeover events, people just start, for whatever reason, start getting, like, I guess for less of a better word, activating or remembering who and what they truly are. And the red thing is a big old red sun, because the red wave is the longest, lowest wave, so it's big. It's going through a lens with a long, low wave, so it creates a huge focal point, and that's where they get this red planet thing from about Nibiru. It's not a planet; it's just the sun. And then the way the direction we're moving is towards the little blue sun. It's like a laser. That's why it's super hot wherever it shines, but it also gets super cold when it leaves, because it's more localized with its beam. That's why a couple years ago Texas froze up, and we know they use their little HARP technology and all that too, but they're just taking advantage of the things that most don't know, the things we're speaking of now. But it really does have to do with lenses. So when Jay Dreamer is talking about that little choke ring and the little flip dome and all that, that's what the Gnostics call the demiurge. That's how the light, the pole star is the white light. White light only carries 7 rays. The 7 rays, the 7 visible rays. That's white light. It carries 0.03% of the wave spectrum of light. The triple black seed or the black sun carries 100% of the spectrum. It carries all wavelengths, all waves. That's the mother giving birth to the sun, as you said before, the light. And so the pole star has 7 lights, but it starts as 1 white light. It has to get demerged. That's demiurge. So it has to be demerged. And the only way you can demerge light, that means separate, And remember, I said white light holds 7 lights. Well, the word separation just means 7 rations. Sep is 7, like September. The month September is the 7th amber. November is the 9th amber. So they just say November. December is the 10th amber. You know, but they kept these words in place and
Hold on, your ball game.
but that's a whole nother story. But
You know,
so when that pole
even when
star,
I'm hearing the last parts of the months, right? September, Ember, and all of these things, it's making me think of light still, like an Ember piece, right?
exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. So that whole construct, Jay's pretty much on point with it. He just has different words that he uses to explain it. We're talking about lenses, he's talking about choke rings and things, but it's the same thing. Now, that pyramid structure, this is where the all-seeing eye and all that comes from. When this event happens, that's when the Bible says the sky is rolled back like a scroll. Basically, that's when you're able to actually see out of here what is actually outside beyond the dome. And according to the ancestors, it's a pyramid, it's 2 pyramids, and it's like a light on top of it, and that's where they get this all-seeing eye from. And it's scientifically it's known as a nebula. And again, Bill Donahue gets into this. Even in one of his teaching, he has a picture of it. He actually, I don't know where he got it from. I don't know if it was, it doesn't look like one of those NASA CGI things because it looks like an energy signature. It doesn't look like, NASA always got like solid objects and stuff.
Now
You know,
that picture that he showed, now it's out there in the public domain. I have seen it. I think it's the Helix Nebula, something along the lines like that.
and basically he's saying that like that's the pole star. And they tell us that the pole star changes constantly, right? So it, and this is why the serpent is so highly venerated thousands and thousands upon thousands of years, because that was when the white light was coming, when the zodiacal constellation of Draco was up there. So that's why all the mound builders and earth builders made mounds in the form of a snake and all that. They were just showing the pole star at that moment. That's even where the swastika comes from. All that is Ursa Minor, or revolving around the pole star, the Little Dipper. And that's where the swastika comes from. They inverted that. And the reason that it's connected to the black sun is because the black sun, if the black sun vibration doesn't intersect with the pole star, you won't see no stars or light or none of that. The black sun is what's giving it. It's pretty much like activation. It's an intersection that we know as a focal point. And the lens up there only operates 23.5 degrees one way, 23.5 degrees the other way. And that's 47 degrees. Now, when it hits, by the time it hits the surface or the plane of inertia, it only spreads out 33.33 degrees. That's one of the aspects of the 33-degree Freemasonry and all that. And that's why during these events, the elites, their safe zone is 33 degrees north, latitude. I think it's latitude. I always get them mixed. Believe it, or longitude. It might be longitude. One or the other. The one that goes horizontal, not vertical, but the lines that go across. Their safe zone is within 7 degrees of 33 degrees. That's why right now, over here on Turtle Island, there's a place called the Ozarks, and all the elites. I've already been down in these tunnels there's tunnels that go under the whole state of Missouri. Now I don't know how many people here right now are familiar with the map of America, that which I call Turtle Island. But Missouri's a pretty big state. I've been in the caves under there, and they run under the entire state all the way to this place called the Ozarks. And the Ozarks are where all these millionaires and billionaires are flocking right now, and they're making not bunkers. They're actually finding cave systems to get ready, because a bunker is walking everything out here has rebar. Rebar is steel. Steel is inorganic. It's a mixture. So plasma, when this plasma apocalypse comes, plasma is attracted to anything inorganic. So all these cities like New York and stuff like that, all them buildings are going to literally be gone because they're all made of steel. Now, there's natural occurring metals everywhere. So even in a cave, you're going to have iron, you're going to have magnesium, you're going to have whatever, but it's natural. And it's usually, if it's occurring natural, more than likely it's going to be in balance, in harmony. You know, you're not going to have a whole iron mountain. You're not going to have a gold mountain. That's out of balance. You know, that's why everybody asks all the time, ask of I all the time, when are we all going to get together and have a community? And well, it's not meant to be that right now. It's meant for us to be scattered across the dragon lines or the ley lines, the energetic grid, so we can spread this and balance it out. We're not meant to be all huddled up on one node right now. That wouldn't be balanced. You know, that's why it's occurring the way it's. That's why most of us in our physical life, we don't have too many people that we connect with on the level we connect with people on here. Because you're the light that's shining the brightest where you're at right now, and it's a purpose for that. There's a reason for that, because you're tapping into harmony. And you know, a lot of people have a hard time understanding that as well. And that's another issue I have with these programs that people are telling you these, and these are like, you know, on 2040 May 16th, the Phoenix event is like so you got you got 100,000 people that are buying into it. That literally means that if it happens, they're gonna manifest it. And this is the thing. If you're manifesting it, it ain't gonna manifest, and you're in America and you just gonna happen in China and you're just gonna be sitting watching it happen to someone else. No, you're resonating at that frequency. That means you're gonna draw it to you. So if you be live that May 16th, 2040, and you're gonna sit around for the next 15 years and wait on that and give all your energy and thought, not all, but most of your energy and thought to it, not only will it happen, it's gonna happen to you. You're going to be right in the middle of it. And whatever that thing is or whatever it's being told to you, you're going to experience it because you're so infatuated with it. You're giving your God power to it. You're literally resonating at that frequency. So you're going to manifest it. That's what the native prophecies over here that most know is the Hopi prophecy. A lot of people know all they know is red Kachina, blue Kachina, but they don't know that it also entails of a splitting of the timeline. This is going into the age of Aquarius that is actually, I don't like using the word ruled, but the predominant energy is Uranus. It's the return of Uranus coming into Cancer, and our pole star has to shine through Cancer. Cancer is the mother sign in the zodiac.
Hold on, brother, because you know why it's crazy now, right? Because you're saying it has to shine through Cancer now, right? Now, believe it or not, Cancer would be one of the lenses, right? You see the way how the lens move from side to side, just like a crab. That's what they're showing you. That's how the eclipse
There
happened.
you go, brother.
Yeah.
Man, yo, I love it.
This is how the
And Cancer,
eclipse.
guess what? Cancer is the only sign that's energy is the moon.
There you go. That's the lens. I told you.
Yep. You got it, brother. Before it was the crab, it was the scarab. And the reason it was in scarab is the same word as crab, it just got the S, the sign with. So the reason it was the scarab is because they was coming from the red sun event. So the scarab.
Oh fuck, you're borging. Damn, lost you. Testing,
You
testing.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
You hear? All right. So you can go inside, baby. Go ahead. It's open. So Cancer, the crab is the scarab. In Egypt, it was the crab are the same word. The scarab holds up was a whole reason being is because they were coming from the deluge, the one by water. So all what the information that was passed on to them was about this red sun. That's why I was highly venerated. That's why when you see like Hathor and all these feminine deities in Egypt, they all have that red sun between the horns. You know, you never see a blue sun or a yellow sun or nothing. You only see red.
You
We're
know,
on the opposite end.
that's it, because it's coming from the outside. It's coming from the optic nerve shining through the lens, the firmament, right? Attacking the nucleus. Well, it's not attacking it, but that's its feature. That is what it's doing, right? But the horns always symbolizes the mother goddess, right? It's the crescent, the moon, how the lens would move out of position to let the light through.
Fact. Fact.
And it'll
A
make a
lot of a
crescent.
lot of it. That's where the devil horns came from.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
fact.
where
Yeah.
they demonize in Islam, they call demons jinn. Well, the word jinn comes from origin, and origin is the same word. It's origine, like gynecologist, like vagina. So origin comes from the yoni with yoni verse and all that. Like you said at the beginning of this stream, is about when he said the yod hey vav hey, the tetragrammaton. It's actually the feminine energy. You know, just like Emmanuel said, whether you think that it was a real person or it was not, it doesn't matter. It's just about knowledge and how you transmute it into wisdom and apply it. But Emmanuel, aka what most call Jesus, he said, what is loosed in the heavenly realms is loosed on earth. That's the same thing as saying as above, uh, above, below, below, above. That's the word Abba. Above, below, below, above. It's just reflection. If you was at the top of the dome looking down at the oceans below, down here, you would see your reflection down in our oceans down here. It's back and forth. It's two mirrors. It's a pair of bowls. Like how they say Jesus spoke in parables. It's a pair of bowls. It's two bowls on top of each other. That's lenses. And it's two different kinds of water. It's four states of water. The one above is a thicker, viscous,
Mhm,
like gelatin that we call plasma,
mhm.
and it's also at the bottom of the ocean. The man, that dude found it. They found the little pond of the jelly that goes into like at the bottom of the ocean. And then 2 months
Yeah, I
later, he
remember
was
that.
unalive.
I remember that. Well, listen, that's just like the eye. You get two separate waters within the eye.
See, I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
And we are in a water world. We are water beings. We're breathing water right now. You've just We've just been indoctrinated to label it and call it different things. Oxygen. Well, what do they tell you the sun is? What gives water its energy? They'll tell you the sun, right? sun programs water and this and that. Well, what did they say the sun is? They'll tell you it's hydrogen. That's water.
Mhm.
No, and people say, no, that's part of water. Water's H2O. What is H2O? It's water. So it doesn't, we just splitting hairs and that's just all indoctrination. It's water.
Mm.
So they're admitting the sun is water. Okay. They're just not telling you the reason that they're telling you it's water is because it's reflecting on water, which is plasma. So that's called revelation of the method. Revelation is not unvelation. It's reveiling. It's giving you the truth, but at the same time, veiling it before the end of the statement. It's like, here's the truth, but I'm gonna attach this on here so you get the truth, but then I'm gonna pull the veil back over your head. That's revelation. You know what I mean? And that's pretty much, but it's a beautiful moment to be here, man. And I go through my struggles just like anyone else, you know. At the same moment, it really is a beautiful moment to be here and to sit back, even if you just sit back and observe, man, you know. And one of brother Wim's, one of his best videos, I believe it was called the portal of the parasite with the sun,
Oh yeah,
the sun portal of the,
I remember that.
and he was talking about like how he was walking down the street and he was like, okay, let's see if we can find a parasite. He was like, nope, not over here, not there. And then he was like, because it's behind the screen. It's when, you know, the wasp hijacked the spider and then the spider started making square webs.
Mm-hmm.
It's that. So like we got this energy that is duality that is somehow intertwined with us, and we wrestle against ourselves, and we call good God and we call evil the devil, and it's all within us. It's all us. Now, yes, we do come from an origin, you know, and we are that origin too, but we're an extension of it right now. And I always tell people, how can something be all knowing if it doesn't know what it feels like not to know? So that's what we're doing right now. We're gods and goddesses that, in order for us to be all knowing and all encompassing and know all, we also have to experience what it feels like not to know all. And to go through the process of remembering, oh snap, this is the truth. Oh snap, this is how it's set up. This is what's going on. We're going through that journey right now, and it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful, brother. Like, you know, I'm grateful for it. And death is an illusion. Dying is not. Dying comes from the word dying, like dyeing a shirt. So when someone dies, all they do is go into a different light frequency. That, because we have vision, double vision, we don't have the capacity in these physical bodies. That's just technology. To see every wavelength, we only see it's either 0.03% or 0.003% of reality. And again, seeing goes back to what? The lens. You know, so it's pretty deep, but you know, an elder chief in our tribes is known as dragon chiefs. Told I before that, you know, a true wise man doesn't make the complicated more complicated or make anything complicated. A true wise man makes the complicated simple. So a child can understand. So when I hear about all these, nothing against anyone, everyone's different. Nothing wrong with having an extensive vocabulary, but this is used as a tactic right now in this moment where people get infatuated with intellect, and intellect is only knowledge. It's not wisdom. So wisdom is an emanation. It's a feeling that hits your soul.
I like that.
Intellect is a physical. It's resonating with the ego. It's impressive to the ego. Like, wow, this guy can talk good. He sounds good. And then on the flip side, someone could come on here and hear the way I talk and say, "Who is this guy?" And then they see me. Look, he got a beard. What's he, Muslim? I get that all the time.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
Uh, I think someone said Arcakes even made a post about me yesterday on X, Twitter, or whatever, and saying that I guess I hit a nerve because I didn't even respond. I'm not gonna go.
Yeah,
When two people argue from afar,
you can't
the
tell.
people that are watching it from afar, they don't know who's who. When a wise man argues with the fool, the people watching from afar don't know who's who. So I'm not going back and forth with nobody. You know what I mean? But it was brought to my attention. He made a post that said I went into jail and I joined the Muslim Brotherhood and for
Ah,
protection. And then I got out and became a Native American chief that knows all these mystical things and this and that. Um, that dude, that cat knows nothing about me or my story or anything. I could have been petty and said, brother, actually, you got more in common with Muhammad than I do. Muhammad was a pedophile and got, and so isn't it ironic how people project things on you when they're telling on themselves.
mud thing.
You know what I'm saying? He's telling on himself. Most people know what he went to prison for. It's not a secret.
Mm,
It's not. I'm not judging anyone, but it's not a secret if you know about his story. He shares it freely.
mm,
But there's three sides to every story. It's his story, her story, and then the truth.
that's it.
And you know what I mean? So I could have been petty and be like, actually, brother, if you want to talk about Islam, you and Muhammad have a lot in common.
I said
Y'all both
Muhammad.
y'all both have a rap sheet with a minor sexual thing on you, and y'all both started a new religion.
Damn.
You know what I mean? But I'm just sharing it here because I consider you my brother. I wouldn't put no post out for thousands of people to see. You know what I mean?
It's not how you move. I know how you move. I know how you move.
Yeah.
It's not how you move. Mm.
But I excuse I to everyone here for I didn't mean to take that left turn and make it about I just vibing with my bro. That's
Come
all.
on. It's only right, man. Come on. I know how these cats
But yeah, I'm still
losing their mind out here sometimes. It's got, sometimes it's good to just. Because listen, you got to remember, right? Like you were saying earlier, the numbers don't mean nothing at the end of the day, right? It's who man is. Man will tune in to listen to what man's got to say, right? Regardless of the numbers, right? Regardless.
fact.
So yeah,
Fact.
powerful.
It's I look at it like quality over quantity any
Been
day.
saying that. I've been saying that.
Like let's look at it from like when I'll speak from my experience. When I was a young man, I thought, young man. Really, if you want to be real, a boy. Um, hold on, Pop. I'm on a show right now. I'm talking. October 1st. Hi, Miss Nancy. How you doing? All right. I'm on a live show right now. Give me. All right. Love y'all. Um,
But
What was I? What was I? What was I, brother London? What was I saying?
uh,
I
um,
don't.
Mike, can you hear
Man,
me?
well, I can hear you.
Yeah, you. I think
You
you.
hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The floor is yours, bro.
What was it? Where was I at with it? My pops just pulled up on on his Harley and he threw me off.
Did it fruit me off
Yeah.
on the Harley? Nice.
Where was I at with it, man? I just lost my whole train of thought.
You just jumped off the RKX train and you was about to go somewhere with it. You was heading to the I said, man, would listen to what we got to say, regardless, right?
Oh, so look, quality over quantity.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're a young person, not everyone, but just speaking for being a boy out here and being sexually active, you thinking how many Johns you done, and excuse, I've been a little blunt. You thinking how many Johns you done smashed, like that makes you something. Like, yeah, I got the honeys left and right. But in reality, one goddess that has the utmost quality outbeats 100 of them whoremongers that you've been out here laying with, giving your energy to.
That's a big fact. Yeah,
That
yeah. Come on.
so you know what I'm saying?
Come
Yeah.
on.
So that's the quality versus the quantity, man.
Come on. I'm with that. Come on. All day long. I can dig that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Because
Mm-hmm.
it's based on authenticity,
Mm-hmm.
and that's truth. So that means most people that have these 200K, 300K followers, they have people that are tapping in on a resonance of infatuation, entertainment, and boredom, and not knowing, not having any knowledge of self, or a very scarce amount of it. See, the only knowledge that really truly matters out here is knowledge of self. Everything else is, I'm not saying you got to forsake everything else, because we're put here to analyze and look at things and interpret and all that, you know. But the highest form of knowledge is knowledge of self,
Yeah.
by far. And that's the story of Adam in the garden. When they brought all the animals to Adam, they was asking him, and he named everything. He even named Eve. And guess what he called Eve? The
What?
mother of all living. So Eve laying there hadn't even got up yet, is a story we've been told. She ain't did a darn thing, ain't even said nothing yet. Why would he call her the mother of all living?
Yeah. Why?
He don't, because the story been flipped. You know what I'm saying? Adam is mata or mutta, mother. It's the reflection of the mother. And Adam named all the animals and everything else. The Elohim had to see what Adam was going to call everything, because we have the authority here. There's the revelation of the method. They letting you know what you say goes. So this man, regardless if it's allegorical or not, let's just look at the story, the mythos. He named everything that they brought past him. Guess what? The only thing he didn't name was himself. He had no knowledge of self. They took that from him. That's they were making sure that he concentrated on everything external, named every animal, every tree, everything out here, but didn't know who he was.
Got you.
And that's the whole story of what has happened here. You know, we've been programmed to yearn to know everything about everything external, and to forsake the internal, and to remember who and what you truly are. Once you do that, everything else will be added unto you. All the truths that you're coming upon, brother London, that's not just through studying and things. That's from you tapping into the true essence of who you are, and then the truths attract to you, because it's not even that they're attracting to you, it's that they're emanating from you. You're bringing them out of you.
Like that.
And that's the chi. You know, that's what earlier I didn't finish that about the chi, and then the breatharian thing. All the breatharian thing is there. See, the internal energy is the chi. The external energy is prana. That's the etheric chi that's been released by other eternal souls. That's in the ether. So we're coming to a time where soon people won't even have to eat like that, because naturally, by remembering who and what you truly are, you're going to repair. The two will become one. And once that happens, uh you know, other things happen, reactions occur, and we're not even really going to have to eat like that. Now, I'm not claiming to know exactly when that's going to take place, but I know it's coming. You know, that's why all this food and all that stuff getting sprayed and all that, it's not as deep as everybody really thinks, because honestly, we don't really need it. Uh, and once the scales get tipped too far, that's when the event comes, the pole shift or whatever like that. You know what I mean? That's when it's not based on linear time like a set time. It's based on the energy. So there ain't for someone to say like, you know, June 15th, 2045, it's going down. That's one of the most frivolous statements one could make, because it's based upon energy. And you don't, none of us know what others are going to do, the masses are going to do with their God power. You only know what you're going to do with yours. So you have free will. You can choose to partake and give your God power energy to something, and make it manifest, and then say it was prophecy. It was prophecy. It had to happen. That's why it's called script chores. It's chores of the script.
Let me ask you this. You know, with the Phoenix event, right? What is actually meant to take place? Is plasma meant to shoot up or shoot down? Is anything meant to attack? Like,
Brother, from my understanding, he doesn't even know.
well,
All it is, he brings up all these different historical events of like, this is what people fail to realize. The whole archaics timeline, he claims it's every 138 years. This is what people don't know. If you actually take that timeline and actually do your own follow up on it, there's so many plugins that he plugged in something and it's reaching at the highest level. Like he'll call, when he couldn't find nothing on that 138 years, he'll call like a hurricane the Phoenix event, or like a 2.2 earthquake in the middle of Atlantic Ocean. That was the Phoenix event that year. Like, you know, a
that
tree falling down, a tree fell down, and I don't know, a forest fire. That was the Phoenix event.
okay.
So,
So okay, now
you
check this
know,
out, right? Because look, I mean, I haven't really heard coaches speak about the Phoenix event, right? But I have heard them speak about the David Talbot, the Great Saturn myth, right? Is when Saturn released energy down, right? Apparently, right?
plasma.
Many coaches speak about this type of event, you know, heat coming down, plasma coming down. But not only that, right? Um, there was something else I was well, someone brought it to my attention and I looked into it a bit. It was quite interesting. But they were speaking about the what's the name again? Tower of Nimrod, right? And the city of Nimrod when it got attacked, but it it got burnt, melted to the ground, right, by a lenticular object that appeared from the clouds, it said, right? Now, that was quite interesting because you know me and the lens and shit, right? But
Yeah, and that's technology, man. And if you go back, if you really read the Sumerian tablets, like I've read, without exaggerating, I've thoroughly read at least minimum over 500 of them, like studied them. And it clearly says that Enlil, who is known as Yahweh in the Bible, is an engineer. He's the chief engineer. He's an engineer and an architect. So an engineer is somebody who's highly versed in technology and can make certain things. See, Enki is the physicist. That's the one who's playing with the DNA and the science and all that. And Lil is the engineer. That's why they call him the Lord of the Host, or the Lord of the Heavenly Armies. He's an engineer / military leader type persona, energy. So more than likely, these beings, whether we subscribe to them coming from Crater Lene and coming here from a whole nother crater and then trying to terraform into Atlantis to make it into their crater. And it seems like that is plausible, because now the whole spraying in the sky, that's the story that they give you about Nibiru when their atmosphere was collapsed and they had to spray particles up in their sky. They tell you it's gold particles. Right now, they're just using like graphene programmable matter. So it sounds like it's the same exact story. The past is the future. It sounds to me like they're trying to, that Nibiru is here. And the Anunnaki, the Elohim, is just the elites. They're the ones that are going to tap in, and they already have. It's through CRISPR-Cas9 technology. They can literally remove parts of their DNA to take out aging and to be immortal. It's already here. So they already have the technology to remove aging and all that. That's why you see pictures of people like Elon Musk, Eddie Murphy. People say, doppelgangers and stuff. But, brother, this is the true story of the vampiric energy, the 369 Saturnic energy. And these people live hundreds, if not thousands of years. And that's how they remain in position. And then they do these public spectacles of acting like they passed away and stuff. They're just basically, there's a lot of different ways. There's one they call soul scraping, and they say that's what Queen Elizabeth did with baby Lilibet. It's a ritual they do where they make sure that they transfer bodies, basically. But the thing, from my understanding, is it's not 100% accurate. So it doesn't work all the time. So that's why they've took it a step further with technology to take it into their own hands to make sure it works, to make sure the consciousness of the transfer of consciousness is like 99% effective. And that's where they're at with it. And that's a whole nother rabbit hole. I don't want to get too far off topic, but they're going to end up having to go underground for about 1,200 years here soon. And that's the story of, Satan being bound for 1,000 years, because there's not going to be a focal point in the sky that we call the sun. And it's no night.
But this is the thing why I asked you about that, right? Because when I look at some of the places on this earth that looks like it's been completely melted, right? I think the only place to go is underground, right? Just like in the desert, some of these creatures, they can't escape it. Not even under a shade in a tree. They have to go underground, some of these creatures, right?
Right.
And that's just on a micro level, right? They're showing you the temperature of Africa just from the sun alone. Things have to hide underground, right? Now, imagine a lens being placed, right?
It's a laser. It's a laser.
Circumference, I don't know, 10 miles in diameter or something. Like, because it looks like cities and whole of continents got scarred, but in large amounts, right? Like if something was coming in a big circumference, moving slow, just taking its time, melting, building,
Well, yep.
right?
Well, for I don't know if I've shared this with you before, but I've been a chieftain now for about 3 years. I was actually initiated by 4 dragon chiefs in the Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, not like tourists sitting up there taking pictures. I actually was in the Grand Canyon in what's known as the Sweat Lodge, and I can't say too much, but the peace pipe initiation and all that stuff with 4 dragon chiefs in the Grand Canyon. When you're in the Grand Canyon, you can clearly see it was a whole civilization city. It's whole. There's buildings as big as like Amazon warehouses and stuff that were made of stone, and you can clearly see they were melted.
Yeah.
You can walk in them. I'm talking about buildings so big, like bigger than football stadiums, that was made of stone, and they got melted. You can clearly see it's not like you're guessing, or man, this look like you. When people look at clouds, like, what do you see? Oh, I see Charlie Brown. Like it's you can clearly see that it was a whole civilization in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And it got melted.
Yeah.
It got melted. You know what I mean? And like you said, you mentioned David Talbot, the Saturnic Myth, one of the greatest books I've ever read. And that's where all these Ra legions come from. Really, most Ra legions on Earth actually start with that event. And it begins with knowing about the truth about the event. And then thousands and thousands of years later, it gets personified to a deity or a person or a thing or this entity. And really, it's just an event that happens. That's where they get the menorah from. The 7 lights, because it shows it, the menorah is half of Atlantis. If you put a menorah on top of another menorah, it's just 3 rings.
To show you.
And yep, so you see that, and then depending on where you're at, you're going to see the lens different. So over here on Turtle Island, we got cave drawings of praying mantises, but it looks just like the squatter man or the menorah. It's just from a different angle, but it's in the shape. It's what they know. So if they know praying mantises, they're going to show it as a mantis. Other people show it as squatter man with the 2 toroidal rings underneath with the elbows. That's the 2 witnesses in the Bible. They tell you the 2 witnesses are going to come, and then they're going to come back. And when they leave, everyone's going to celebrate, and the elites are going to throw parties, thinking that the event's over. But then the 2 witnesses return. And that's what it says in the Bible. They're talking about this event. Them curls that the Saturnic people wear with their little black Saturn hats and the cube on their head, and they go to the Wailing Wall. You know them little curls they wear down the side of their face? That's called the curl of Horus. That's the light plasma coming out during this event. How it comes out, it curls down, and people saw that. This is all encoded knowledge and observation that has just been watered down through the ages into Ra Legion. So you walk into a church right now and say and talk about what we're talking about, I guarantee they're gonna send 2 men with suits, probably some old bright behind 3-piece suit with some gator skin shoes on, and they're gonna kindly put their arm around you and usher you out of that church. You can't come in there telling them the truth about this. They don't want the truth. They want them drums to be playing, them feet to be pity patting and speaking in tongues and all that, and pass that collection plate around. It's just about feeling good. It's not. You're not looking for truth. You're looking for comfort.
But hold on, bro. 'Cause listen, that is how I feel about the whole quote unquote truth of flat earth community, right?
Fact.
They're happy to remain on loop, right? You show them a little bit of evidence. Hey, look, I found out the firmament's this. Hey, look, I found out we're living. They're not with it. They're like, no, we're happy over here. I got muted the other day.
I know, man.
I got muted.
Yo, that's
the
what.
other day, right?
I know you seen me.
Hold on, check this out. Look, I went into Karen B's platform the other day, had a little conversation with her. It went well, right? So I went back there again the other day, right? She said something about she's done with the flat earth, it's bullshit and all that stuff, right? I only repeated what she said, but via the chat, bro. And I got blocked. I'm like, what? I just repeated what she said. Like, why am I getting blocked? Like, what's going on? Like, so yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it is wild. And bro Sanchez. I've been on there a few
Oh
times,
shit.
and I love bro, man. I do. I love him, man. He's a cool dude. But if you ever say anything that is beyond flat Earth, oh man, you'd be better off saying something about his girlfriend or something. He would do. He'd be less offended at that than if you say
Yeah,
something about flat Earth.
facts,
You
facts.
know, I I was on there. I've been on his show, and he's invited me. I don't just pop up. I have, but he literally will send me the link. Like he's invited me numerous occasions. Like, bro, I'm about to go. If you were trying to hop on, like here, like kind of like how you and I, but me and you is tighter. Like I know you on a more personal level. Like me and him don't chop it up personally.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? But he'll hit me up and let me know, like, yo, if you trying to hop on, he'll give me a little heads up. So most of the time it's cool. We're in agreement. But one occasion I came on there and attempted to tell him like flat earth is only the beginning of
Mm.
understanding. There's another, it keeps going. It doesn't end there. And I tried to, oh man, he was muting me. He wouldn't let me talk. Bro, and then he's like everything he was trying to say that he was like, I already debunked that whole bigger earth, the moon. So everything he was saying, I was literally coming back and telling him in an easy way,
Mm,
explaining it to him, like debunking what he was saying. But he was muting me, bro. And it got to the point where like he wouldn't even let me talk. It, like you said, they're comfortable in their paradigm and they don't want to go nowhere else.
fact.
They don't want to hear nothing else.
Mm,
And the fact of the matter is, the only thing that is constant here is change. So if you're gonna be stuck
mm.
in some kind of paradigm, 138-year cycle, you're stuck. You're now wrapped up. You've now made it a simulation because you're in agreement with the fact it's a simulation now. Now
Which
you've
is
agreed
yeah,
upon it. So now you're in the loop now.
yeah,
So you
yeah.
got to realize the real eternal energy is forever expanding. So how are we going to stop on flat earth if consciousness is expanding, if life is expanding, if everything is changing? How are we going to just stop at flat earth? That doesn't even make sense. That means there's more to it. It's just steps. You can't jump to the freaking top of a 12-step stairway. Well, somebody might,
Hey,
LeBron or somebody, I
n-
can't.
not only that, I remember when I used to rock with Bro Sanchez and that, right? They used to tell me this realm is infinite. So I'm like, what is the dome infinite then? Like, like like what we talking?
Exactly. They can't answer that.
Mm,
Can't answer that part. You know, and I do have a grandfather. I never got to meet him in the physical. He passed when my mom was like 15. Um, he was initiated in something called the Golden Dragons of the Far East. He went to Antarctica twice with Admiral Byrd. I have all the documentation to prove it. And he was initiated into this mystery school in 1950 on 9/11. Like, what's the odds of that? Like, I'm
mm,
looking at this, it blew my mind. Like 9/11, 1950.
mm-hmm.
Like, then come to find out, I found articles that my mom had saved. My mom passed as well in years ago. But I found her little box of stuff. It's articles talking about her dad. my papa, being like fourth in command during these. It wasn't. It was. It was the last one that Bird went on. I think it was high jump or deep freeze.
Okay. Yeah.
Operation Deep Freeze. It was 1 and 2. It was two of them. He went on both of them with Admiral Byrd, and guess what? 6 months later, Admiral Byrd was unalive. 8 months later, my pop-up was unalive.
Mm.
So it's all the top people that went on there, went to Antarctica and all that.
Hold on. Hold on. I think Operation High Jump may have been the last one.
Was it high jump?
Yeah, I think because Deep
Okay.
Freeze was the one where they tried to go under and they failed, and High Jump was the last one where they went with the fleet and the planes and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I might have them misconstrued, but
You good?
um, yeah, and there's a good book. I forget what it's called. It's something about Inner Earth, and it talks about how Byrd. The reason we even know about Admiral Byrd is because he was broadcasting it live on the radio, bro. So like, it got erased since then, like the original broadcast. So I guess they didn't. I don't know what they thought. If they thought he wasn't going to say nothing, or they didn't think they didn't know what he was going to see. Who knows?
Mm.
But this man flew so far past. He said he started seeing woolly mammoths, bro.
Yeah.
He was seeing woolly mammoths. He was seeing openings in the earth so big that you could look down, like on King Kong, the movie, the newest King Kong, when he falls down into that portal thing
Yeah, but
and
hold on,
goes in
bro.
it.
Because my thing is this now, right? He clearly states about openings in the earth, right? Now, flat earthers, they pick and choose when to use Admiral Ebird, because when they start to go into
Mm-hmm.
the proper parts about Admiral Ebird, he starts to go into more of the hollow earth, inner earth stuff. And they don't like to mix it with their flat earth works because it's muddy waters right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Muddy waters. So they're limited on what they tell you about Richard Ebird, right? They don't really include him in their teachings, I've noticed. Right? It's outside of their teachings because he creates a different thought process when he starts talking about inner earth, hollow earth, and then it's a different type of ball game. It leads you away from flat earth, and that's what they don't want you to.
That's right.
So,
And I've heard Bro Sanchez try to kind to mix this into his doctrine, but he does it very, very. He walks so light. He tippy toes with it. Like he'll only mention it just a little sprinkle, like a dash of salt, pinch of salt.
yeah,
You know, he don't want to get into it too much. And this is something you might want to ponder as well. How do we know that we're not in inner Earth right now?
yeah,
How do we know that above is not like the above is actually outer Earth up there? And what if we're in inner Earth right now? There's just even another layer that Sheol, Shambhala, Agartha, all these different names. You know what I mean? We could be in the meso right now. The macro is up. That could be the real Earth, or on the real surface. So the ocean above could be the real ocean. We could be in the middle part where the waters are separated like a bubble,
that's it.
and then there's water under us, and that's an eye.
That's the water
That
world.
would literally mean
Mm-hmm.
we're in the eye. We're in the eyeball.
That's it.
That's pretty cool, man. That's something to fathom and look into. But it's just so complex because a lot of people are seeing these circular rainbows now, brother. All the rainbows and all these circular things they're seeing, all are from lenses. It's just reflection and refraction, all of it. And they're thinking it's some kind of physical object, like a planet, like, oh, Nibiru's coming. It's not. It's literally just light being reflected, refracted, and all of that, bro. That's all it is. That's why I told you months ago, man, when you uh I mean, I don't know exactly when you began on the lens, you know, the journey, the where you know,
Yeah.
where it got sparked with the lens. But I know a few months ago, I had told you, brother, it's so profound that you would tap into that because it truly is what is creating the illusions.
Mm-mm.
It's the lens. They say it's in the eye of the beholder. Well, what's the eye? It's a lens.
That's it.
You know. So we definitely got it. I know I keep saying it, brother, and I hope you ain't. You know, I hope you ain't took it no kind of way because we've been kind of delayed or anything, man. Like,
Oh, hey, bro, listen. You see, when you mention it, it just gives it more energy, right? People's expecting it, they're waiting for it, and that gives me more time to put shit together. You understand?
man,
We ain't got to rush
brother.
it because people know it's coming, bro. What do you mean?
And I see you like the more you come up, and we already know it's not about clout, but I seen like every time you show up now in the chat, you see like the whole community is giving you salute, bro. Like they already like you just said, they already tapped into the energy, so it's just growing and growing and growing. And when it comes, it's gonna explode, bro. We finna explode. It probably will be one of the best teachings on the platform, if not the best.
Telling
That's
you,
how I'm looking at it.
telling you, telling you.
For real, yeah.
Look, and you know another thing as well. I was also doing a link up right with another great researcher. His name's Paul Black Sheep Researcher, right? He used to go by the name of What the Flock, right? But that guy breaks down a lot of stuff, and he's been doing it for many, many years, right? But people look past him because he's not in the cool gang, I suppose, and he don't preach flat earth and these things. He's into the truth. You understand? But there's
Fact.
another guy I've been linking up with, right? We was doing a Monday show every Monday. It was called a Moot Show, and at the moment it's been on pause because he's been attending to himself. He's got things to do, and plus he was health wise, right? But when that starts picking up again, you got to come on there and build with us because he's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of gems for you, and I think you both would appreciate each other. You understand?
No doubt, for sure. And that's what it's all about. Like, well, even right now, when we go back and forth, we're not, this is how I look at it. I'm not teaching you anything that you don't already know. All I'm doing is sparking something in you and confirming it so you remember it.
That's it.
Like it's already in you because you're the all. You're part of the all. So for me to insinuate I know something you don't know, that's false. You are everything that I am, and I am everything that you are because we are the all. So that means you have all the answers and truth within you. All you gotta do is tap into it and remember. And that's where these conversations come in, where we go off each other. Like I used to play basketball growing up. I was pretty good. If I wouldn't have been such a uh I had good grades and things, but I was a class clown. I got kicked out of 2 different high schools and this and that. But I had a Division I scholarship offer playing ball. And there's an old saying, when I used to play ball, you're only as good as the competition you go against. So when you go against real good people, it brings out the best in you. It's the same thing as when we do these builds and we talk. We bring out the best in each other.
Right.
As long as it's not coming from a place of ego, like trying to, I know more than you, and I'm gonna correct everything you say, type deal. You know what I mean? As long as we both resonate in harmony, it's we bring out the best in each other, and then those in the chat and whoever else is here, they too get to take part in it. You know, so it's a beautiful thing, brother. But yo, I'm about to step in here. I'm gonna put the show back. I'm gonna hop off the link for a moment, and I'm gonna still be watching the show though. And then once I'm done doing what I'm doing, I'll probably smash that link again.
There you go.
All right, brother. Love you, man, and love to everybody. If I don't hop back on, I'm gonna send that email out to you, and I think we can basically, man. Without saying too much, I'm dealing with. I don't know if you already. I think you already know. I'm getting an off grid community together.
Okay.
I've already acquired the land and all that, so that's what's been taking up most of my time. And I have a deadline of October 1st to get certain things done. So this after October 1st, it's all ball. We'll be straight from there. So I probably will. I probably will need until around like after October 1st, and then we can get it popping.
That's light work, bro. Come on.
You already know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, love to you, brother. Love to everybody in the chat, whoever's watching this, whoever's here. I love you even if you don't like me. So, me set to all, and as always, lay love, brother.
Bang on, my guy. Love you, family. Much love. Me set, lay low, always.
Me set, brother.
Mm-hmm. Got Chief Iron Bush here now. Damn. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. Salute to the grand old chat room. I see some Iron Bush fans up in here. Me set to you, always. Me set, lay low. You already know. Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
Now, directly underneath that, we have this female figure who's holding her arms up. And we talked about how that central beam at the top of the world shoots up and then it branches out at the top, creating a Vav or creating a Y shape or the ancient number 6, right? Some people see this as Odin hanging upon Yggdrasil or Jesus hanging upon the cruciform or the cross. And this is also seen as Atlas, right? Atlas was the god who kind of squats down on one knee and he's seen holding up another world or the heavens or the sky or the firmament, sometimes even the moon. This is, it can be male, it can be female because it's just energy, right?
Sometimes even the moon, but never the sun. It's either the earth or the moon these folks are holding up, but never the sun. Never the sun, right? Never the sun. Why the earth or the moon? Riddle me that.
So people can personify it. We can project our humanity upon it and turn it into a cartoon, which is what's being done here. But it is the shape itself. It is the body that goes straight up and then the arms that separate into the tree of life, right? The symbol for life, the symbol for peace.
Look, she even got the lens in her hand, the magnifying glass, it looks like. Look, she's showing you she's the lens, got the magnifying glass in her hand. How do you want it? I can't paint it any clearer. Right? She's showing you. Pay attention.
Like we talked about last time, the Irminsul of the Anglo-Saxons and their world tree. So we have this female goddess type figure holding her arms up, doing the Atlas pose. Atlas is the god, you could say, of Atlantis. Atlantis is named after Atlas. It is the place where Atlas lives. Also known as the Western Isles, the Hesperides, etc. Also the daughters of Atlas, which correspond to those 7 stars that I keep showing you guys. We have the 2 pillars. In between the 2 pillars, we have a mountain, a high and lofty mountain with people going all the way up to the top of the mountain. This is appropriate because that mountain is this mountain right here at the center of the world. It is the exact same one. It's drawn in different ways. It is
the center of the world. Right there, the center of the world. I mean, it could be, it might not be. Right? But who knows where the center of the world is? Who knows? But what I'm saying is, this location happens to be in a place where Donald Trump is now taking over, you know, Gulf of Mexico. Now it's the, what is it? Gulf of America, right? Through my research, this is the Chicxulub crater. This is at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, right? Why is this depicted on the Mercator maps? Why this location right here? The four corners. Are they showing us a fractal verse when they show us this, right?
Split mountain. It is an unfinished mountain or pyramid because it's a volcano. Let's go back to the image here. So it's appropriate that between these two pillars, right, which are also the pillars of Hercules, right? Hercules also, according to the myths and the legends, one of his labors, he had 12 labors or jobs that he had to do to sort of make atonement for his sins or whatever. One of those labors was to...
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want, with
help Atlas out, right? Or he had to help Atlas out to finish one of his labors. So he actually holds up the sky himself. Hercules holds up the sky himself, and he holds it up for Atlas for a time. Now, Hercules is the same as Heracles, right? Just in a different country. And Heracles and Hercules are both forms of the biblical superhero known as Samson. Samson also positioned himself between two pillars, and he stretches out his arms in a similar fashion, and he breaks those pillars. When those pillars break, or when those beams of light retract and they go back into the earth because there's another polarity shift, and the earth pulls in that energy and it charges the energy, these beams of light retract, all of them around the world. And this is Samson breaking the pillars of the earth, and then that causes the roof of the earth to collapse, which is the sky opening up once again, and it leads to a cataclysm, right? In the middle here, we have people who are going up to the top, ascending the mountain, ascending the pyramid, etc. This is the place where you can leave the earth. You can go upwards, up to the top, and if the sky is still open, you could leave feasibly, or you can go down into, it's hollow at the top up there. Okay, so you can go down, and they'll show you caves and stuff. See, there's
the hollow, right? What is up and what is down? What are they showing us? The hollowness, right? What is up and what is really down? Is this really down, or is that up what they're showing us?
and stuff. See, there's one right over here off to the side. Pay close attention because they show you all kinds of little clues. There's a little cave in the mountain right here. There's also one over here at the bottom. You can see that some people look to be coming out of. You see that? So they'll put these caves here. These are what I call places of power. These are places that are openings within the earth where those gases are released. Those gases ionize. They act as cold plasmas, which are healing. Even in today's modern medicine, they're just starting to tap into the use of cold plasmas to act as antimicrobials, antibacterials. They rejuvenate the skin. They stimulate your cellular structure, your collagen, your elastin. They make you look younger, right? So imagine bathing in that. In today's medicine world, they'll just use tiny little electrical shocks, sometimes a bigger pin, and they'll run it over the face. But in the old world, you could just go down into these places of power, these cave systems, and you could bathe in this cold plasma and be rejuvenated, basically. So those are some of the first places that these people look to take over and to make off limits. Where
So he's could that be the reason why you have these temples in these locations, or even cathedrals, or even certain buildings? Maybe they're placed on top of plasma openings. I don't know. That's what he's alluding to, it sounds like. So they're getting natural energy coming through, if that's the case. Brilliant.
were cave systems. You'll see that today. They're off limits for the most part, unless you're on some kind of guided tour or something. Let's see. Anything else I want to point out in this particular picture? No, not really. Nothing comes to mind, so I'm going to continue on. George Washington. Now, I did a whole video about George Washington. I'm not convinced that this guy actually existed. I know, but that's not the point of this video. I'm just saying the first president, the first official president, there were many other presidents before George Washington. Okay. So he's the first official recognized president of the new nation called the United States of America. Here you have the 101 symbolism right behind me. As you can see, you've got the pillars over here, and then you've got the archway, as we talked about, representing the firmament. The G in the middle, the light in the middle, right? That represents the apex dome. But let's look behind George Washington, who is a notable Freemason, or alleged to be a notable Freemason. I think he's more symbolic, but I'm not super convinced he actually existed. Anyways, you have the ladder. So this is Jacob's ladder. Right behind him, you see his shoulder. You see that ladder that's going up to this strange light in the sky?
But hold on, because that looks like the UFO as well. The lens, look. Oh, Lord, have a look.
Now, most people who are unfamiliar with
Bingo, got him. I ain't got to do much. I don't have to do much. It presents itself. Right? It's everything they show me to do with the eye, the lens, the UFO. I already said the UFO is the lens, right? And I see what's going on here. They show me the lens, but in the UFO form, right behind him. Right behind him. Let's keep going. I wonder if J Dreamers know
this type of a cosmology where we live in a closed system that's guarded by a physical dome and a physical barrier up there, they would look at this and they would say, oh my God, a UFO. And there are accounts of George Washington possibly interacting with quote unquote extraterrestrial beings. Interesting. And today's Freemasons, I do believe, interact with quote unquote extraterrestrial beings. I don't believe they're extraterrestrial as in those beings who are from beyond the dome or what we would consider space, but they're inner terrestrial beings. They're beings that live down underneath us in the underworld. But you can see this ladder that goes all the way up, right? It's not going all the way up to a spaceship. They wouldn't use a ladder to get up to a spaceship.
No, exactly. They wouldn't use a ladder to get out to the spaceship. They wouldn't, exactly. Nah, too advanced for that, right, Jay? The lens, my brother. Haha, got him.
It's a ladder that goes all the way up to the firmament, to the dome itself.
There you go. He said it. The firmament, the lens. I told you. Bingo, got him. Checkmate. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. I said it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Me set, lay low. Yeah, hey, hell yeah, Chief. We gotta go over some of this together. Hell yeah. I said it before, right? Sometimes I watch you know, content creators or even some researchers and some of the stuff they present, right? I'm not sure whether they're fully aware of what they're actually showing. Right? I've watched flat earther content creators show you stuff to do with hollow earth, but they're calling it flat earth. Right? That don't make no sense. I know Jay Dream is aware of what he's showing and what he's talking about. He's cold. He's one of the illest out here. Right? I know a lot of people don't gravitate to him because he doesn't present it how you like it, he's different. But he's always dropping gems. He knows what he's talking about. My man just called us the firmament. Listen, and that's what I've been calling it, the lens, the firmament, the moon.
All the way up, right? It's not going all the way up to a spaceship. They wouldn't use a ladder to get up to a spaceship. It's a ladder that goes all the way up to the firmament, to the dome itself. And this isn't the only
Not the dome, but the celestial sphere. Let's keep going.
example where we see stuff like this. Within antiquity, in ancient drawings and paintings, we see stuff like this all the time that today people are taking a second look at and they're like, oh my God, look at this is a painting from the 1700s depicting Jesus and a congregation around him. And then there are these beams of light that shoot up to the heavens with this, what could be interpreted as a saucer shape. Or
the lens again, brother. They're showing you the lens either way. All right, either way. Look at that. Look at that.
A disc shape up in the heavens. It is not a saucer shape. It is not a disc shape. It is a dome.
That's not the dome, my brother. Come on. Look, it's even got the mark for the free. Oh Lord. It's the lens, for crying out loud. Why can't these people see the lens? Oh man. That's wild. That's wild. Cheers, Jay. Let me take a snapshot of that. 1 second. Cold.
It is a bowl that is hanging down from the sky. It's just that it's not easy to see the dimensions of it because it's painted on a two-dimensional surface. And plus it's dark, it's far away. You know what I mean? There's a lot that goes into this. But what this is these are the beams of light that come from the septentrion, or the Arctic Ocean area, right? There's an ocean.
That's what I'm saying. Look, why would they have a floating dome? The lens hangeth, right? It's the lens that is hangeth, as Job told you. It's just there. It's hangeth. It appears and disappears. Like it does its thing, but it's hangeth. It's always there. It's the all-seeing eye. It's the lens.
There now, there won't ocean there. Okay, the oceans will be removed. Atmosphere gets sucked up and out, it will be replaced with an equally buoyant force. What does that mean? That means things will weigh less for a long time. That means things will be less dense for a long time. That means immediately things are going to float upwards. Okay. Anyways, there are beams of light that will be seen that come from the north. There will be other places as well, but the largest ones will be in the north. They will shoot upwards and they will look to be touching the apex dome itself, which can be the mothership or whatever. And these are like tractor beams, and stuff's floating up because of the depressurization.
Mothership. There you go. The lens.
Right? You can see where we get a lot of this imagery from in our modern myths of aliens and UFOs and Project Bluebeam, to project the blue beam, right? Project Bluebeam.
And you gotta remember, right? When they're showing you all of these UFOs coming through and destroying the place, right? They're using lasers, right? They use lens for lasers. Hence why they use UFOs, lens, UFOs, lasers, lenses. Can you see where I'm going with this? The UFO is the lens. Without the lens, there is no laser, apparently, right? So they go hand in hand. The lens goes with the UFO because the UFO is the laser, right? You heard it here first on London.
Anyways, but that's what that basically is, right? And we have that right behind George Washington as well. So it seems to me that they are aware of these particular elements, right? He's wearing his little Gmail, his little Google Gmail apron made out of the lamb skin, or the light, symbolically speaking, right? What else we got here? We got the pillars. Oh, let's see. Mathematics. That's more like the left-hand path, so it's on the left side of the image over there, as we've discussed. We also have, here's the coffin. So I'm going to talk about the coffin and George Washington's.
Yeah, the coffin, I already told you, and look where it's placed, in the arch, right? It's showing you it's in the arch. The hex. Right, I already showed you what they do with the eye when they're doing the operation. They put that mechanical device in there for the hex. Right? That's what they're showing you through the hex's Lion's Gate. Like, you could say in a sense where death, right? Going through death, going through the blackness, going through the wardrobe, the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe, right? The hex, the coffin would symbolize as the wardrobe, death, rebirth, going through the black hole, right? when they say, "Do we live in a black hole? Is the universe in a black hole?" Right. This is what they're talking about. The hex, the black hole, coffin, right there.
Death and where he's allegedly buried and where they wanted to bury him in just a moment. I'm going to keep going with the George Washington thing, but I want to point out a portion of this image that's right behind me. So let me move this image over so you can see the broken column. Oh, here's the bee. So the beehive, all of the bee stuff. Let me explain this in short. Okay. In antiquity, all throughout antiquity, from country to country, the ancients had a concept of these sacred bees. All right. And these sacred bees produced.
I need to hear this because remember, I already looked at the Warben, the hex, the honeycomb, right? The Warben, New Swaben land, the honeycomb, the matrix, the hex. So I would love to hear what he's going to say now.
These sacred bees. All right. And these sacred bees produced this sort of sacred honey. They were not regular bees. It was not regular honey. They're symbolic. They're cartoonifications of something that people didn't understand at the time or don't understand today. What these bees represent are plasmoids. Okay. They're ball lightning. And whenever you have an electrically amplified atmosphere,
They came.
Mm. I don't know about that, Jay. I mean, it could be right, but it could be wrong. But I found out another thing to do with the bees and the hive. Right? It's gonna blow your mind away when I link it up. Not gonna say it here, but it's different, and I think I'm onto something, right? So let me hear what you got to say to make sure we're not saying the same thing. Or we could be saying the same thing, but you might be saying it different. But let me hear you out.
you have the potential to create ball lightning or pixies or, little fluttering lights that move about. And people knew that they would sting you if they touched you because you're being electrocuted, right? So, anyways, people would go seek out the byproduct from these things because they would leave charged substance and residue, same way that a ghost does, right? As like if you watch Ghostbusters and they have what do you call it? Not ectoplasm. I mean that's similar, but slime. You know what I mean? Like how the ghosts will leave behind a trail of slime or whatever. Same concept. These bees do the exact same thing. But anyways, it's charged. It's charged energy. So they would go get it and they would eat it and stuff, and it would make them feel better. It would rejuvenate them. It was a shortcut to live longer, to be healthier. So they looked for it while it was available. Now the honeycomb portion, where the bees live and stuff. This gets more into my idea of the fractal verse. I believe that space beyond the dome, if you were to crack open the sky itself and look at what it really looks like instead of empty black nothingness, it would be full. It would look like you're in a gigantic honeycomb with caverns and open.
Hold on,
It
take
was
that back.
comb portion.
You hear what the man's saying? Cold, cold. Hey, this is my channel name. I'll put it down there. That's the name of the channel, right? If you're having problems finding it, that's what you type in for my channel. For anybody who's having problems, right? London McLovin is my channel name.
Comb portion where the bees live and stuff. This gets more into my idea of the fractal verse. I believe that space beyond the dome, if you were to crack open the sky itself and look at what it really looks like instead of empty black nothingness, it would be full. It would look like you're in a gigantic honeycomb with caverns and open spaces and
Cold. I like that. I like that. That's the type of shit I was talking about on New Swaben land, right? The honeycomb. That's the type of shit that Enter the Stars, Casey was talking about, right? You crack that shit open, it's like a honeycomb. It's like a honeycomb.
huge, magnificent places, and you would see the walls of heaven open up, just like you're in a honeycomb itself. Now, over here, we have an opening in the sky with a star that represents the apex dome with the depressurization clouds, mist, fog all the way around it, right? That's why Jesus returns upon clouds. You know what I mean? All that symbolism of him floating on the clouds and returning on clouds. They don't know what the weather would be like unless they did, unless they knew that this happens during atmospheric depressurization, which creates clouds and mist the world across, right? But below that, right above my shoulder, we have this angel who looks to be maybe braiding the hair of this virgin, this woman, and she's mourning. She's sad because this pillar that she's standing before is broken. This pillar represents one of the anode and cathode beams, or witnesses, you could say, that flank this island of paradise, terrestrial paradise, at the center of the world. As I talked about in the last presentation, I alluded to this breaking of the pillar. One of these beams will be stronger than the other, and so it will go into fluctuations where one of the beams disappears or looks to be disappearing. It's not really disappearing. It's just you can't see the light from it. There's still electromagnetic energy running above these mountains, right? But one of the beams will eventually overtake the other, and the other one will look to be dying, and then it'll make a reappearance. This is the beam known as Tammuz, or an ancient quote unquote god known as Tammuz. And people would cry. They would mourn whenever that particular light goes back down into the earth, especially if you lived on that side of the earth. Now, this angel is holding a huge sickle, now that I take a second look at it, or a scythe, which oftentimes represents Kronos, but I don't want to speculate too much. Let me check out what else we have here. Let's get back to George Washington. Oh, there's the 7 stars again. Yep. So we got the 7 stars. We talked about Comet.
But look how they're placed though. They got like a arrangement to them, these 7 stars. Looks like they're connected to the central star. Right? We've seen that with Sirius. Right? It looks like they're connected to this main star. Right? There's arrangement to them. It's like they're showing you the hex again. Look. See the hex? I can't make this shit up. It's in plain sight. Look, the hex again. Wow. Right? There's arrangement to the stars. And then you got the lens right here. Cold.
7 stars again. Yep. So we got the 7 stars. We talked about chromatic aberrations and optical effects and what comets actually are. They are not physical substance. They are luminaries as well. Can there be physical objects floating around up there in the sky? Yes, I believe they can. I've done some videos about that. Essentially, all of the gases rise up to a middle point, which is what we call space, which is the space between the surface and the dome. And there's so much gas that builds up in that space that it becomes very dense, and it allows for buoyancy. The fluid called the atmosphere up there becomes extremely dense. When you have extremely dense fluid, the denser it is, the easier it is to float within that fluid. And that's why you can have debris and rockets and satellites and whatever up there. The rocks and stuff are just leftover debris that got pulled up last time and kind of stayed in that area, right?
Wow. The rocks got pulled up and stayed in that area from last time. That's crazy. I've never heard someone put it like that. I've never heard somebody put it like that. So they was once on the ground and now they're up there. Jesus Christ. That's cold.
But George Washington, let's get back to him, the Freemasonic father of the United States, so to speak. This is the United States Capitol Dome, right? You can see the architecture. You can see this style of architecture the world across in almost every Capitol building. Capitol, caput, the head. The head of what? It is a head, it is a top over a place of power. All of these capitals are places where they had openings, inner earth entrances that go down into the earth, where those gases would be released. They would ionize their healing gases, their healing plasmas. They come up and they would build containers over them, houses over them, temples over them, cathedrals over them,
There you
healing
go.
centers. They would manipulate that healing inner earth energy. So they would build the largest houses or mansions or whatever for their very own family members originally, or their leaders or whatever, to come here and bathe in that energy. You can see it's designed to work with electromagnetics, right? Domes typically actually attract energy, just so you know. Spires and points and stuff like that repel energy. So if there is a spire or a point, that works to keep the electrical field away.
That's one good.
Hey, it's cold right now. Jay's dropping some gems. I know exactly what he's showing me. I know exactly what he's showing me, boy. That's cold.
It works to attract lightning and stuff like that. Anyways, you can clearly see this is the Greco-Roman style of building, as they would call it. But in reality, many people have come to realize this is quote unquote art Tartarian style, right? Many people are going with that. That's seen as a
Tartarian,
fringe theory. It's seen as a
not Romans, Tartarian style. I can dig that. Mm.
conspiracy theory. I see it as reality. Okay. And I'm going to get to the Tartarian Empire and who those people are and stuff here in just a bit. But you can see this is the eastern entrance to the building. There's a lot of stairs right here. There are 33 steps on the eastern entrance side of the Capitol building. 33 steps, symbolic of Mount Meru, which is 33 miles in circumference or around, right? And then we have the beams, the pillars, the poles, the columns. This is not simply to just hold it up. They don't need this at all. There's no need to have these here. Okay. You could just simply have a wall there or whatever, right? They put these pillars and these beams and these poles purposefully because of the pillars and the beams and the poles that are located at the North Pole that people see from time to time, shooting up into the heavens. They're also called, the fires of God, fiery pillars, fiery poles, or man, I forgot what it's called in the book of Exodus, but there's, it's the same concept, this fiery pillar or whatever that lights up at nighttime and stuff, right? Anyways, what else we got here? Oh, let's go inside. So I want to show you a painting of George Washington that is underneath this dome when you go inside. And it's going to relate to the Garden of Eden, and it's going to relate to the Apex Dome and all the things that we're talking about, the secrets of Freemasonry and what they know. This painting right here is what you will see if you're standing inside and underneath that dome of this building right here. So if you go inside, you look straight up, this is what you will see. In the middle of this painting is George Washington himself. Right. So it just looks like, he's up there with the angels. They're venerating him. They're trying to honor him by putting him up in heaven, where all the good dead people go or whatever. That's not what's happening. You are not taught. You're not told what is really being shown to you here. This painting, this fresco underneath the dome itself on the ceiling, is called, the name of it is the Apotheosis of Washington. That means the deification of Washington, which means making Washington himself a god or equating him to a god. Which god? Right above you. Now, if you look closely in this empty or seemingly empty area, this empty space up here, you can see a circle and then a larger circle right here. You can also see some lines that kind of look like they're connecting the outer circle to the inner circle in what appear to be quadrants. What they are showing to you is this right here. This is the Garden of Eden. This is Hyperborea. This is the circular land at the center of the world with this circle in the middle and a larger circle on the outside, which is when these beams shoot up, when the lights shoot up and they illuminate the reflective surface of the firmament, which is ice above us, it will reflect what is below, which means when you look up, you will see what is below it. So this is the North Pole looking straight up at the Apex Dome at the North Pole, reflecting back the Garden of Eden, which is below it. Okay. Then we've got some Latin here, e pluribus unum, which means out of many come one. You see that on your money and stuff. He's up there with the angels. There's a lot of different stars happening. There's a lot of different types of gods and goddesses. There's a lot happening here. I don't really want to break this down again because I've already pointed out. Here's like Hermes. Here's Poseidon over here, right? I mean, like, wasn't the United States founded upon allegedly Christianity? What's going on? Why do they got Poseidon? Why do they have, the god of war. Like, why do they have Hermes and stuff? What's going on here?
Because they switched it out. I already spoke about this, right? I spoke about this. What was his name? Riccioli. Riccioli changed the names over, or the maps even from the moon maps, he changed the name over, right? From Hevelius, I think it was Hevelius, to Riccioli's stuff now. So everything got changed to Roman gods, Greek gods, and all of these type of things. There was no more terrestrial names. They changed it, is what I'm trying to say. Right? What they're showing you is the inside of the firmament now, the nucleus surrounded by the cloud. Right?
Stuff, what's going on here, right? It's because it's deeper than what you're told and what you probably realize. So, anyways, here's Washington up in the heavens with all these people who are floating up into the heavens being sucked up during this depressurization point.
Well, I told you, remember with, what's her name, Katy Perry, I showed you with the nucleus, the cloud. Whenever you see the cloud surrounding it, it's like the flower, the nucleus, the yellowness. They're showing you right here, the fractal verse inside of the egg, right?
The angels represent electromagnetic plasma in different forms. But I really wanted to just point out the secret map of the Garden of Eden that exists in the United States Capitol building. Next up, let's see. Oh, here's the one with the broken column. So this has the letter G. We've talked about that. Here's the two pillars, one on either side. You'll often have a tree in the middle that represents the tree of life. You've got the three candlesticks. Those are the same thing as the three columns. And the three pillars, you can see electricity coming down in the background right there. So you got the three candlesticks. Those are the two anode and cathode, and then the central one, which is Mount Meru and its beam of light, the blue beam that shoots up. And then we have this altar right there in the middle with the Bible or a book upon it, a holy book. That altar is the mountain at the middle of the world, symbolically speaking, right? And the lamb is slain upon the altar that represents the light or the lamp that goes out when it retracts and it goes back into the earth, leaving only the altar. And you can see it's surrounded by water right there. They put like some waves and stuff. So this is showing you symbolically the center of the world once again. Let's see. I'm just taking a look at it as I go here. Oh, there's the lamb.
I love the way Jay just glides through it. He knows his shit. He just glides through it effortlessly. Cold. He knows his shit. Salute.
Oh, and there's what's right next to the lamb. Let's check this out. I want to zoom in so you can see how they purposely put these symbols right next to each other because they're conveying a message. So here's the lamb over here on the left, right? The word lamb means lamp, right? It's directly related to the word lama, which comes from the word flamma or flame. Same thing.
Ah, there you go. See? Okay. It's the light, the lamp. The lamb is the light. That's Jesus. Jesus is the lamb, right? The light. Told you the eye, the lens. He's all of these things. He personifies it, right? That's why you see him with the lamb, because he's the lamp of the eye. He's the lens. I told you. Checkmate. Got him. And what's this next to him?
Right? And why is that? It's because these animals come from that. It's directly related to the word lama, which the word lamb means lamp, right? It's over here on the left, right? The word lamb means lamp, right? It's directly related to the word lama, which comes from the word flamma or flame, same thing, right? And why is that? It's because these animals come from that region.
Told. He just connected my he verified it, Jay, you're cold. I've been saying this. That's the lamp, light of the body, right? The eye of the body, right? And you connected it with the lamb. How did I not see that? Because Jesus is depicted with the lamb. So yes, that does make sense now. That does make sense, Jay. I see it. What happened there?
over time, they get smaller and smaller. These animals come from that region where these lights are. A lot of animals come up from the inner earth, actually. And then they come up here, they'll shrink in size over time, they get smaller and smaller. Depending on the light source, some of these animals that are white, like lambs and stuff, they will light up different colors depending on the color of the atmosphere around them or their proximity to the blue beam and stuff. But then over here we have an actual lamp. Oftentimes this is portrayed as like the sort of Aladdin's lamp style. This is all
We covered that. The lamp, Aladdin. I covered that. Covering all grounds of lately. But yeah, I'm telling them it's all to do with the eye. Lamp of the body is a phrase they use for the eye, right? Now the lamb is also connected to the light. There's no way around it. No way around it. This is deeper than flat earth, I'm telling you.
is also referred to as the eternal flame. And oftentimes these types of fraternal organizations refer to themselves as the watchers or the keepers of the eternal flame. Now, the word eternal does not mean infinite, without end. It has come to mean that today. I understand. I concede to that point. I acknowledge that. But originally, it did not mean that. Eon, age, ever, words like that, they meant a very, very, very long period of time, which is apocalypse to apocalypse. When the light appears, when the light retracts, or inversely. Right?
I think it's more of a internal, not eternal, but internal, inwards, right? Inwards to go out. More of an internal thing, not a eternal, if you ask me.
Right? Those are ages. Those are how we count our time. Those are eons and ages and eternity, basically, right? But this is the lamp. This is the eternal flame, the flame that they're looking for to reappear in the world today, because we don't have it today. We don't have these beams of light shooting up into the atmosphere, or you would see them every day. But we don't have them right now. So they're waiting for them. They're watching. And some organizations called themselves the watchtowers, where they would build towers to watch so they can see far off into the distance, into the north specifically, and watch and wait for this genie, this blue light, to come up out of this lamp. Once again, this is where you get all the Aladdin symbolism and stuff like that too. All right, cool. What else we got? Let me check on the chat. I just want to make sure everything's good. Everybody having a good time?
Yeah, man, we're good, Jay.
The White Rabbit. Ooh, Dark Light. Yeah, you're onto something there with the White Rabbit. Okay, cool. Everybody's having a good time. Sweet. Let's jump back into the presentation. 251 people watching on it right now. High five to all you guys. Let's see.
Effortless. Hey, Jay, you're cold. You're cold. Let me take that back. That was cold. Take that back.
With the White Rabbit. Okay, cool. Everybody's having a good time. Sweet. Let's jump back into the presentation. 251 people watching on it right now. High five to all you guys. Let's see. Oh, after this, you should go check out my Patreon. There's a chat in the Patreon on my J Dreamers Patreon. There's a chat there. You can actually continue the conversation. You can introduce yourself, say hi, share some wisdom, share some of your
All right, what you got for us now, Jay? What you got?
your theories and stuff. Now, here's another picture that we have with some Freemasonic elements in it. Now, Freemasonic elements, the symbolism thereof, start crossing over into ancient alchemical drawings as well, because I believe that they're basically one and the same thing. So, for example, you'll have the two pillars, one on one side, one on the other, one with a J, one with a B, right? We talked about the different names of the different pillars, but this one introduces a bit more of the alchemical side. And we've got these words up here. On one side, we have the word ash, and the other one we have what looks like majum, which is really mayim. This means water up here. That means fire over here. Ash meant fire, basically, right? Now, not fire as in the fire that we have from a lighter or a candle, but plasma specifically, that type of a light, that type of a fire. And fire technically is plasma. Now, up here we have the stars, as we've discussed. We've got these beams of light that seem to be meeting in the middle in some kind of a focal point, redistributing onto a flat surface,
Yeah,
meeting
come
in the
on.
middle in some
Meeting in the, come on, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. They're hitting that diamond. They're hitting that diamond. They're showing you, look, hitting the diamond, and it's letting out different type of lights, different directions, right? Was it percuscular type of style, right? Mm-hmm.
in some kind of a focal point, redistributing onto a flat surface. And then we have these columns and pillars underneath. 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pillars, 7 columns, 7 trees, 7 mountains, 7 titans, 7 giants, 7 sisters, etc., and so on and so forth. They're all the same thing. They're all mountains that exist, volcanoes that exist on Earth, in the Arctic, in the north. And they're always surrounded by water. You see the ocean back there in the background, right? This is the Arctic Ocean. Now, underneath here, it says Infernus or Inferius, which means infernal or the underworld, the under regions, right? Underneath this. It's also known as the necropolis. This is the place where all the world's gases kind of coagulate or they get together, right? This is the land of the dead, the underworld, where you will see plasmas just floating around everywhere. If you were to go underneath the earth in the Arctic, underneath the Arctic Ocean, there's gases all over the place, all different types, which will produce all different colors of ghosts and spirits and stuff, depending on what gases become ionized. You got a male and female symbolism in the upside down triangle and right side up triangle that indicates anode and cathode, positive and negative, Adam and Eve, boy and girl, etc. And they are twins. They're always twins of one another. All right, let's see. Let's continue on. So the steps, the system. This is your pyramid scheme. Okay. Right? There is a pyramid scheme, and that's where this comes from. Okay. But there's a grand pyramid scheme of the whole world. All right. And you're looking at it. This is how they sort of delegate power. The people at the very top of the pyramid are the ones that know all the things that you now know, that I'm teaching you right now. These are the secrets of the world. I have sworn no oath. Okay, I've taken no vows or anything, so I'm free to discuss this because I discovered it on my own. I'm not a part of any of these fraternal organizations. My brothers and my sisters are spiritual, okay? All of you out there, this video is for what I call the lost tribe of the tree of life. Some of you have an energy, a spirit within you that resonates with that inner earth geoplasma that I talk about, that blue beam of energy, the blue bird of happiness, however you want to say it. You're good people. So I'm sharing this with you.
Yeah, Jay.
Other people probably won't understand either that or they just won't care. They're caught up in the world the way that it is. But anyways, these are your steps. You've got 33 steps on the left here that lead all the way up to the unfinished top. This is the top people in the world that know the actual secrets and what these are actually about. And if you pay attention to this presentation, you'll know too. And you don't have to do any blood sacrifices. You don't have to do any rituals or anything like that. Now they have them all working for one another as they redistribute power, land, responsibilities. It's a corporation. This is all a business. Okay, and I'm going to get to that here in just a second. But they have names for all of these different levels on the left-hand side, the 33 steps. Let's take a look at some of the names of what they have. Now, the first 3 steps are known as the entered apprentice, a beginner, somebody that of your own free will comes seeking after deeper truths, deeper meaning to life. You're a beginner. Okay, you're a little baby truther, I guess, in the eyes of Freemasonry.
Little baby truther. That's funny.
The second step is the fellow craft. That means you're practicing. You're doing research and you're practicing. Okay, you still don't know everything. And then number 3, the third step is Master Mason. This is the whole pyramid broken down into just 3 steps. Okay. Now, just because you become the quote unquote Master Mason or whatever does not mean you know all the things that I'm sharing with you now at all, especially in the world as it is today. Now you have subdivisions upon subdivisions of Freemasonry. They have different names. Tall cedars of Lebanon. That's symbolic of the symbolic of the beams that I've told you about. Okay, these cedars of Lebanon, these trees, these pillars, there's columns. These are trees, the septentrio, the 7 trees, the 7 beams of light. Right? They're not actual trees. They're not like sequoias or redwoods or anything of the sort. They're not actual trees. Now, are there cedars? Yes, there are, but we're not talking about the cedars of Lebanon. It's something else entirely. Okay, these are lights. These are pillars. And they come from the city of lights, not man-made lights, earthen lights. The Order of the Eastern Star. I've got one of these right down the street from my place. This is for females. There's probably a girl right up above it. Yep, there is right there, right? So they want to include the females into
the Eastern Star, Mother Goddess. Yeah.
Their fraternal organization or whatever, right? They do have their place according to Freemasonry, and they call themselves the Order of the Eastern Star. Sweet. What is that? The Order of the Star in the East, which is the primordial star, which is the apex dome, right?
The lens told you. This looks like what we saw earlier, right? Where I said those stars look like they was making an arrangement, look like this type of shit, right? Remember earlier on when the George Washington picture we was looking at under the arch and it had the stars? It almost looked like it was connecting to something in the center, right? Remember I said that? Something in the center and it's connecting around it. The Eastern Star, almost, right?
It's the only physical star. It's the only star that there actually is. The only real one, physical, tangible star. It's actually the moon. So that the light from the
What? Oh my goodness! Did you hear what the man? What the fuck? Wow! Checkmate. Told you. My goodness, Jay. Hold on. Hold the fuck on, Jay. Did you hear what he just? I didn't say it. Jay just said it. I didn't say it. Reload that shit. What the fuck? Because they're not gonna believe me. Maybe they'll believe you, Jay. Maybe.
It's the only physical star. It's the only star that there actually is. The only real one, physical, tangible star. It's actually the moon. So that the light from that projects itself into our atmosphere and gives us what we call the moon. So when you look at the moon, you're seeing the apex dome, or at least
Come on.
it's a portion of it.
I told you it's the firmament. No way around it. Hold on, because they don't believe me. I said, this is it. Look, the firmament. It's not the dome. It's the celestial sphere. The apex. This is it. Firmamental, right up here. Right. They're not calling it the moon, but they're calling it the firmament. Right. The moon, just like I said. You see in one half of it when they're showing you the apex dome, right? That's why I said it's it's the cancer, it's the crab. It goes side to side. It wobbles, right? It wobbles. It wobbles. I don't make the rules. I just do the research and I present. But yeah, it's told you it's bigger than flat Earth, right? I let you know that. I got friends that walked away from me because they're flat earthers, I suppose, and they don't feel comfortable around me. So yeah, they've unsubscribed, they've moved on, and so be it. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the truth. Flat Earth is just a stepping stone, you know. But he said it. I didn't say it. You heard it. I've been researching it and I've been saying it. But tonight, I didn't say it. He said it. That's wild.
Moon. So that the light from that projects itself into our atmosphere and gives us what we call the moon. So when you look at the moon, you're seeing the apex dome, or at least a portion of it. So the Order of the Eastern
See, at least a portion of it. He understands. Wow. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Wrapped inside the moon, the firmament. It's the shell, the lens, the nucleus. Sorry, the nucleus is inside of the lens, right? So I've been saying this. That's why you have this black dot. Look, that you could say that's the triple black seed, as Chief Ironbush was saying. You're always gonna get the black dot in the center, right? The nucleus, the triple black seed.
Eastern Star, the grotto, that's just another word for forest or a collection of beams or whatever. They used a lot of tree symbolism.
No, but isn't that like another word for, I think Elon Musk is thing, grotto, something to do, grot, what is it? Grot, something along the lines like that.
What else we got here? John's daughters or Job's daughters, right?
Ooh, Job's daughters. See, even got Job up there. Job was the one who said it's hangeth. Right? Job said this is hangeth, and it is hangeth. The lens is hangeth in the eye. And it's Job's daughter. This has got the female the female stuff attached to it, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So this is what we're talking about. Ishtar, the firmament, the celestial vault, the celestial egg. They don't even call it the moon. They call it the firmament, just like I've been saying. The crystal line, the crystal. Job said it was hangeth. Look, he's showing you the pyramid, the diamond. All right, where else did we see that? Hold on a second. Did see that somewhere else. Hold on a second. The diamond again. All right. Diamond. Lion's Gate. Whenever I hear the word lion, I think of lens. I know you're going to say everything can't be the lens, London, but yeah, I think everything is the lens and the eye. If we are talking about lions, we have to include their eyes, sight, vision, which is set apart when it comes to most animals in the animal kingdom. Big cats and small cats have extraordinary vision, which is only possible due to the lens in their eyes. So when I hear the word lion, I also hear the word lens. Just like in France, lion would be lion. You remove a letter and it's phonetically close. So in this case, lion would be the lens. And the fur, which goes around the back and the head of the lion, which is known as the mane, would be the suspensory ligaments. Here, let's take a look. Bingo.
After all my years of searching, the Cave of Wonders.
And here is from the Latin cave, cavio, cavea, cavi, cortus. Definitions: beware, avoid, take precautions, defensive action, give, get, surety, or stipulate. And that's the verb from cavio and cavi, which is come from cave. So let's go further down. The second basically meaning, cavea, cavea, declension, first declension, gender, feminine. Definitions: eye socket. So for all those people thinking we're living in an eye, that's what basically cave comes from. So you know, there's another one to add into your proofs.
Cave of Wonders.
By
Bring me the lamp. The rest of the treasure is yours, but the lamp is mine.
Lamp of the body is a phrase they use in the Bible when describing the eye. Matthew. So to my understanding, in the movie Aladdin, they are talking about the eye and they are using 3 key points. The lion for Lion's Gate, the cave for the eye, and the lamp for the light of the body. The diamond in the rough would be the lens in the eye, and the rough would be the aura serita surrounding it. Look at the flowery pattern. You see that in most of the depictions of Earth and the realm. Let's take a look. The flower surrounding the lens, the lion.
Ruffs were adopted by women by the early 1560s, and by the 1570s, ruffs could be nothing but lace held together with pieces of bone, wood, ivory, or steel. Ruffs were usually pinned to one's clothing to hold them in place, but could also be tied around one's neck with a drawstring or tassels. Queen Elizabeth was said to have ordered pins by the thousands to accommodate her wardrobe, ruffs included.
I'll stop that right there for now. Back to Jay.
I don't really have much for that one. Job, the biblical character, right? Rainbow girls, that's interesting to me. See her little rainbow skirt right here? The rainbow is one of the omens of the apocalypse. It is seen, obviously, after the flood was introduced. We have the rainbow, but we have more and more colors introduced as we go through a color spectrum shift in this world. The sun is changing colors right now. So if
But it's all to do with the eye, because look, I told you, look now, what? Look what they're showing you, right? You got the pyramid here, right? Like I said, it's hangeth within the eye. This would be the corner, the cornea, right? Then the inside of the eye, you got the lens. That's why it hits the prism. You get the rainbow. You get everything once it goes through the prism, right? That's why they got it rainbow girls. It's still running with the female principle, right? Rainbow girls, right? Still the feminine quotes to it. But it's the prism. That's why they call it the rainbow, right? It goes through the prism. And that's the prism right there. They're showing you here. Job's daughters. The prism. Right? Job's daughters. Look, even the girls again. The daughters, the girls. The daughters, the girls. This is it on a macro level right here. This will be on a micro level right here, what they're showing you. Family. Pay attention. You ain't gonna get it anywhere else. Right? Job's daughters is still the same as the rainbow girls. They're showing it here on a macro level, and this is the micro level inside of the eye, the lens. Right?
you want to know more about the color spectrum shift, check out my Ancient Oblivion series, and I talk about the color spectrum shift. We go through the colors of the apocalypse, how the sun itself is changing colors right now as we speak. It used to be yellow. Now it is white with a blue ring around it at midday. The Order of Demolay. That's another one, another fraternal order. This one's aimed at children, actually. They get them young. So from about 12 years old to about
Tenzing natural energy.
21, somewhere around.
So yeah, believe it or not, right? I'll take it back. Move your hands. This, right, would be considered the moon. See this shit right here? You see this? This would be the moon, basically, is what I'm trying to say. This would be the moon, right? The moon. Yeah, I know. I said it. I said it. Yeah.
So the color spectrum shift we go through, the colors of the apocalypse, how the sun itself is changing colors right now as we speak. It used to be yellow. Now it is white with a blue ring around it at midday. The Order of Demolay. That's another one, another fraternal order. This one's aimed at children, actually. They get them young. So from about 12 years old to about 21, somewhere around there, your children can join this fraternal organization. And let's see, what else we got here? So here you can see the different pillars and the pillar symbolism. Those are just pillars of light. What else we got? They have different names for these, but they're all the same. Okay. Oh, I want to see some of the names of these degrees. So they call them degrees. And this is why when you go to college and stuff, you're participating in this. Okay. Whether you know it or not, you are becoming a Freemason. This world is a Freemasonic world or corporation or business. Okay. You don't have to go join. You are an honorary member at birth. Okay.
What?
Like that gets into
What honorary member at birth? No way. For real? Hell no. I ain't trying to hear that. No way.
maritime law and stuff like that, but it is a Freemasonic world. Make no mistake. At this point in time, the modern world, this dystopian society we live in, is a Freemasonic world. You're part of it. Okay. All of you are honorary Freemasons to some degree or another. So, anyways, Secret Master, the 4th degree.
Probably right there, I suppose. He's probably right.
Yeah, you go to school and you get your degrees. It's funny. The Perfect Master. You would think that'd be the last one. Nope. The Intimate Secretary. Wow. That sounds like a romance novel. The Something and Judge, whatever. That's not really. I want to look at this one. Number 9, the 9th degree, is called the Master Elect of 9, or in the olden days, they would call it the Elu of the 9. That's interesting. The Elu instead of master or elect, right? Elu means of the El. The El, the Elven. These are the people that come from Hyperborea were considered elves. At least one of the tribes were considered elves, right? They were the mighty ones, the mighty leaders, the mighty teachers. That's what the word El means. In the modern world, the word El, oftentimes, especially in Hebrew, means God or powerful being, right? Not all powerful, not the omnipotent, omnipresent, etc., God of everything, everywhere, but just a powerful being, a humanoid who has power, right? More power than others. They call them Elu, the Elu. Up here, we have it again, the elect of 15, which is the 10th degree, which is strange. The Elu of 15. And then we have Grand Master Architect. And you don't even have to be an architect. You don't have to know anything about stonemasonry, which is where they're going to tell you that this all stems from, right? So let me give you a history lesson real quick. If you look up the origin of Freemasonry, they're going to tell you, oh, back during the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages, we had builders and they built castles for nobility. And so because they're so close to nobility, they had to keep their trade secrets a secret. You know, not everyone knew how to build castles. They didn't want all the other people knowing their secrets of how to make an archway or a pillar or a column or whatever it is. I don't buy this. This sounds pretty like a pretty bad excuse to me for this whole secrecy deal. Okay. But this is what they say. They say the stonemasons, the stone builders all got together and they were building a castle one day or a lodge or whatever. And they all said, hey, we should join together. We should band together. and keep our secrets of our craft or whatever. I don't buy any of that. There's some truth to it, I'm sure, but it doesn't sound strong enough to necessitate all of this and secret handshakes and the symbolism and all that. No, I'm sorry. So over time, they'll say that these stone workers, these architects, essentially, that they started allowing other people into their super secret organization. People who were not stone workers, people who didn't care about that. They just really cared about the precepts and being good people. They wanted to join the religion of Freemasonry. This is questionable to me. I don't really buy this. This sounds like there's something missing, okay? Because you have to think about this. You had carpenters back then. You had metal workers. You had people that made weapons and swords and armor and stuff. Those guilds didn't develop into secret societies that rule the world, right? And they had reason to keep their trade secrets or whatever. So no, there's something more to the story going on here. Let's see what else we got. You got like sort of Tower of Babel deal in the background there. You got the opening in the sky. This could be a C or it could be a G. Let's take a look at that. With the I in the middle, right? The C and the G are the same letter. That's why they leave it open to interpretation like that. It's an opening in the actual sky itself, right? And you can see that they put like these people upon the ledges, nobility, people who ruled the world, which is what the Freemasons are. Okay, there's different sects, which is what the Freemasons are. Okay, there's not all these different sections to it. Okay, this is one corporation, one business, one body. It is a store. It's Walmart. Okay, to give you an example, it's like if Walmart ruled the world, instead of calling this Freemasonry, you would call it Walmart. Okay, and these are all the Walmartian leaders. Let's see. Does it say anything of interest over here? The structure of Freemasonry. Meh. No, I'm not going to read that. Let's check out the word Freemason itself and see where it comes from. So if we type in Mason, right? I like to go to etymonline.com to learn etymology, which is the study of the roots and the origins of words, where they began, where they came from, and how they evolve and change over time. Mason, from the early 1200s, a surname, maçon, a stone worker. But that's not what it means, though. A builder in stone, that's also not what it means. That's what it came to mean through association. One who dresses. Now we're getting a little closer. One who lays. One who carves stone. Now we're getting more into the shaping portion, right? The movement of what we call stone, right? Not so much the placement as in architecture, but the creation. From Old French, maçon. This is where you get the French word for house, maison. Stone mason. Old French, machon, from Frankish, makjo, M-A-K. So you see the root here? All right, it's hard to see because it's so small, but M-A-K, macchio, macchio. Machiavelli, same exact root, okay? Macchio, or makjo, or magjo, or magio, all right? Stonemason, from the roots. Here's the crux of the matter. Here's the important thing. It comes from this word right here, mag, M-A-G, which is the root of magic and magnet and magician. You see where I'm going with that?
I like that, Jay. Hey, Jay Humus, I like that. That was dope. That was dope. You broke that shit down. I like that. Mm-hmm.
To knead, which is to move about an object and rearrange it. To fashion, right? And to fit. Okay, interesting. Now, let's check out this word, which is the root, which is the original meaning of mason. This O-N just means one of the mag. One of the mag. Okay, what's a mag? What does that mean? Let's look it up. So mag was also spelled mag. Mag. It depends on how you say it, okay? Proto-Indo-European root word meaning to knead, to fashion, and to fit. It might form all or part of these words: amass, among, macerate, magma, make.
Woo, magma. Oh Lord. Okay. I didn't even think about that one. Magma. I like that. The magma part. That's at the center, right? That's at the center. So they say. So they say. But that's dope.
Make, the makers, mason and mass, etc. So this is interesting to me. That the root is M-A-G, the same root as magician, magi, right? The three wise men, the magi, that whole story. But there's another word that is very similar.
Magnetics as well. Magnetic. Magnetics. Electromagnetics. Magic. Magnetics.
To mag. That easily could have been misinterpreted, and it is mag with an H at the end of it. Mag. It also makes a K sound. This means to be able or to have power, like a magician or like a wise man, right? Or like a magnet, to have power. It might form all or part of these words. Deus ex machina. So the word machine comes from this right here. Mach.
Wow.
Am able, might, bodily strength and power. Now we're getting onto something here, right? The people who had bodily strength and power, magi, magicians, that were free as in they roamed about the world. They were free to move about. They didn't settle. They were nomadic. Interesting. So now let's shift gears. Well, damn, I forgot I had one more picture to break down. I might skip this one. This has all the typical symbolism and imagery within it. Okay, you got the same trees, grotto, guy holding his arms out. Lion also means light, if you look it up, right? These are the two lights that connect in the...
Ooh, lion means light. There you go. Light, lens, lion's gate. Got him. It writes itself. It writes itself. Right? The lens, and then look what's on top of him. The stars. Right? The stars was placed on top of the firmament. On top of the firmament, look, the lens, the lion. Got him. Bingo. It's even got a Janus thing going here with the lions. Two faces making one. Right? I don't make the rules. I show you them. Right? Lion means light. Apparently, I like that. I don't know why I didn't see it, but yeah, I see that connection there, Jay. Salutes to that. So we've got lion, lens, and light. Lion's gate, lens gate. Right? Even got the stars on top of the firmament, which is the lion, the lens, code. I can't make this shit up.
Two lights that connect in the middle. We got the phoenix over here. This is all the same symbolism, okay? The apex dome. All right, so anyways, I want to make the connection to where the Freemasons...
Hold on. Like I said, it's the Lion's Gate. I can't make this shit up. Where is that shit gone? There we go.
1, 2, 3, take up space!
I want you to pay close attention to the flower in Katy Perry's hand, which happens to be a daisy. She is showing you the nucleus inside of the lens. Look. The name Daisy comes from Old English, which means dazed eye, because the flower opens and closes with the sun, symbolizing the new cycle of life and joy. The lion and the flower seems to be connected to the gate, Ishtar's gate, Lion's gate, the lens.
You can see the beautiful blue glazed bricks. The gate and processional way had various animals depicted on it, including a winged lion. As you might recall, in the prophetic book of Daniel, in chapter 7, the Babylonian Empire was symbolized by a beast. That beast, in Daniel 7, verse 4, was like a lion and had wings of an eagle.
Oh, the moon! You guys, I have to tell you, look at the moon. That's amazing.
Wow, look at the blue line.
Of course, she would capture the moment upside down. Is this a reference to the inverted realm? And we have the butterfly. You are probably thinking, why the butterfly? Well, after all, we do share the same construct, material, the chrysalis, the cocoon, the lens.
Don't worry, a chrysalis is just forming around you. That's perfectly normal.
Back to Katy Perry and the lion. If the flower is a representation of the lens in the eye, then she is showing you she is the demiurge, Lionsgate. As Katy Perry roams around on the lion while working at height, violating health and safety rules, no helmet or no harness, she, boom, see it right there? This is who she's pretending to be right now. That's who Katie is right now. I told you. No way around it. No way around it. You're gonna learn, all right? You're gonna learn. That's who she's pretending to be right now. Honest, she reminds me of somebody. I think she's trying to be the goddess Ishtar. Ishtar is also known as the Lady of Heaven, meaning she is representing the firmament, the Lady of the Firmament, the Lady of the Lion, Lionsgate, the lens, lion. Let's have a look. What a coincidence. Underneath the lion seems to be an hexagonal pattern, the same structure you'll find in the lens of the eye.
We talked about if you cut this lens right here in half, you get a honeycomb matrix of cells. This is all scientifically proven. You can look this up yourself.
Now when I look at this image, something else comes to mind. You have the lion, the witch, and the hex. Reminds me of the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe, Narnia. But those of you who was there when I broke down New Swabian land, Wa Ben, meaning honeycomb, like the honeycomb matrix that we could possibly be living in. And not only that, remember I said the construct looks like an eye that's upside down. Very strange, an upside down eye. Nevertheless, when you spell Shua, that actually gives you an upside down E. Very strange. Shua is upside down, just like the construct could be upside down. So it's an upside down inverted hex. Interesting.
We got the phoenix over here. This is all the same symbolism. Okay. The apex dome. All right. So anyways, I want to make the connection to where the Freemasons come from as a tribe. because that's what they are originally. They're a tribe. Okay. It's not an organization that you join, a brotherhood, as they want you to believe that it is. Originally, it was a family. All right. And originally, there were 13 families that come from this island at the North Pole. This is Atlantis. There were 13 different families that lived here. And I mean distinct families, as in races. Okay. This was an amalgam of all the people in the Southlands that we have today. This is where all of you come from. Okay. At some point in time. Right. The people who stay out here the longest look a little different because of the sun and stuff like that, and the different lights and stuff, and how you adapt to that. There are underworld people, humanoids. There are overworld or beyond the dome people, humanoids, right? They all have their different looks and how they adapt to their different parts of the world. But anyways, 13 tribes that come from this place right here, okay? And they all settled in different areas and regions, and I have named these before. So for example, I'll just give you one example. This is Mesopotamia. This quadrant right here is Mesopotamia, the original Mesopotamia. The one that you see in the Middle East today was named in honor of that quadrant.
Bingo. I've said that it's the fractal verse, right? This could be the original. This could be the original. And what we see is just a projection of the old world, the bigger world, right?
Right there. How do I know that? Because this is the Euphrates, the original Euphrates. Okay. This is the original Tigris. And I've go into great detail in my new book, Return to Hyperborea, which is available on Amazon if you just want a vanilla copy. If you want my autograph in the book and maybe some merch and stuff, go to my website, jdreamers.com. You can buy my book directly from me and I'll mail it to you personally. I just mailed out 3 earlier this morning, actually. But anyways, this is the original Mesopotamia, which is between these 2 rivers right here. Okay.
Look at this foldable shoebox. So easy to assemble.
Yes, I don't need a shoebox right now.
Tribes. So what happens is we have tribes, 13 of them, that live in this circular land where the circle is squared, right? The 4 corners of the earth between the 1 and the 1, or the 11, or the pillars of Hercules. This is the Garden of Eden. This is terrestrial paradise on earth. Why? Because it's unlike, energetically, it's the navel of the earth. This is where all of the energy is stored and comes up and out of. This is a battery to the surface world where we live today. And there's reasons why there needs to be salt water and electrolytes where electricity can pass from one place to another over here during one time. And it acts a little bit different during the next age that we go through. But anyways, you don't need to know that. All you need to know is that's paradise. That is the Garden of Eden. These are the walls of Eden that surrounds it. These are the 4 rivers of Eden. This is the Western Isles. This is the place where Osiris comes from. This is the place, the cave where Jesus was born and where he died. This is Psychros Cave, or the Cave of Zeus, the Cave of Light, the Cave of Wonders, the Cave of Treasures. This is the cave where Adam was buried.
AKA the lens, right? Or could that be the nucleus? It's just the lens, and that's the nucleus right there. It's the magnetic rock, right? And the nucleus has magnetic principles. So, I don't know. This could have been the original. This could have been the original. And they say they walked 40 days or 40 years. I don't know, maybe to get to here. The bigger Earth.
This is Skull Mountain. This is the quintessential root of all of
Skull Mountain. Hold on a second. Did you hear that? Hold on a second, Jay. Whoa. Hold on a second. I touched on that shit. Where is that? Hold on a second. Skull Mountain. No, you didn't. I even think I even put you in that, Jay. Hold on a second. What? You're cold. Hold on a second. You're cold. You can't gloss over that. No way.
We're here to spread the gospel. I'm not here for your entertainment. I'm an evangelist. So my music, my films, every conversation, every room I go in, we're here to save souls and save people from eternal damnation.
Hold on, before I even go any further, it's crazy that Kanye's saying this, right? How I resonate with what he's saying right now. And you know, he was a big player in this movement, why I even got it started, right? He still remains a big character in this. But some of the shit he was just saying, that's the way I feel. All right, let me take that back.
We're here to spread the gospel. I'm not here for your entertainment.
I'm not here for your entertainment.
I'm an evangelist. So my music, my films, every conversation, every room I go in, we're here to save souls.
Feel me? Every panel that I hit or place I go, I'm here to spread that word. I'm not here for the gossip shit, that loopy shit. I'm not here for that. I'm here for this. Kanye knows he's talking to me. Mr. West. I already showed you the crater, West. Right? Little West. It all comes together. They play a part in this. Westworld, the hollowness.
Save people from eternal damnation. I use art to make believers.
This world is like this, and you want to move this world, and you want to move this world, and you want to move this world. If you are way outside it and you have a lever so your fulcrum is way out here, and you...
What is the fulcrum? Let's take a look.
The main thing or person needed to support something or to make it work or happen.
So the fulcrum is a lever device to move heavy loads up or down, left or right, whatever the case may be. But when you are talking about fulcrum moving worlds using its access point, now you've got my attention.
If you are way outside it and you have a lever so your fulcrum is way out here and you push down this lever way out here, it's not going to, you can't move it. So you have to be somewhat near to society, but outside it.
Meet Mr. Archimedes of ancient Greece. Long ago, Archie said, "Give me a lever long enough and I can move the world. Give me a lever long enough and I can move the world."
And the globe can be lifted out. Note the complete absence of bleeding with this technique.
A Roden crater doesn't put you in front of the sky. For me, Roden crater creates a sky.
Are two vast spaces shaped like truncated cones.
It's a temple of light. The dormant volcano has been made active through art.
In the interior of the earth, she believed, are two vast spaces shaped like truncated cones, where punishment was endured, and from whence great evil came forth. Are two vast spaces shaped like truncated cones.
Hello and welcome to Insight Ophthalmology. This is Dr. Amrit, welcoming you back to another important lecture. Today we are studying the anatomy of orbit. So first of all, what is meant by orbits? Orbits are present bilaterally. That means we have two orbits in the skull, which are these empty spaces which are actually in the form of a truncated pyramid.
Are two vast spaces shaped like truncated cones.
And these are the spaces which actually house our eyeball along with the various appendages which come along with the eyeball. So if you consider this first picture, this is a picture of a whole pyramid, right? Now, if you cut off the pointed top portion of the pyramid, what you get is a truncated pyramid, and this is what is exactly the shape of the orbit. The orbit is placed in such a way that this uppermost truncated part is actually the apex of the orbit, okay, from where the optic nerve will actually exit the skull. And then this part is the opening of the orbit, and then we have the corresponding walls of the orbit. So this will be the medial wall, this will be the lateral wall, this will be the roof, and the part which is just behind that will actually form the floor of the orbit. So don't get confused at this point. We shall actually be discussing about the walls of the orbit in detail. But what I want you to remember at this point is the shape of the orbit, that the shape of orbit is a quadrangular truncated pyramid.
Saint Hildegard's description of the world included the interior of two truncated cone-shaped. Just like our skulls, we have two truncated inverted pyramids.
You know what they called that place? Skull Island. Skull Island.
From a Turk Cosmi, Robert Flood, 1621. Volume 1. With a pestilence, but this plague the era Quosus opposed. So that all were not destroyed. In the air tenuous, she saw its moisture, as if it were boiling above the surface. In developing her theory of the correspondence of the microcosm to the macrocosm, of man to the universe and God, she set down many of its details. The firmament corresponds to the head of man, in which, from the top of the cerebral cavity to the last extremity of the forehead, are 7 marked spaces, all equal, which correspond to the 7 planets, all of which, says Hildegard, are equally distant from each other in the heavens. The sun, moon, and stars she compares to his eyes.
But today we're going to discuss one of the most exciting such planets that in one of the recent studies was investigated by James Webb once again, discovering something else super exciting about it and possibly confirming the existence of what we now refer to as eyeball planets. Planets that may resemble this. This is an artist's impression of what could be one of the most common planets in the entire galaxy. And that's because these are extremely common around red dwarfs and could actually represent the best chance to discover life. And as a result, this ocean world will very likely be frozen entirely on the dark side and will most likely be melted on the bright side, with the most likely appearance being something like this. And right now there is a lot of evidence that LHS 1140b is indeed an eyeball planet. A planet that's technically an ice world, consisting of 9 to maybe 20% water by mass that forms a large ocean on the surface, but that also contains this unusual iris-like region, or basically the region of melted ice, that's at least 4,000 kilometers across. That's based on the temperature calculations and based on the assumption for the nitrogen-based atmosphere. And what's even more exciting is of course the temperature of the water. In this case, the temperature in this iris, or inside of this eyeball, could actually reach 20 degrees Celsius, or about 68 Fahrenheit. And that's of course extremely similar to what we usually find in oceans on Earth, and is obviously warm enough for an active marine ecosystem. And so that means that this particular planet has now become a really exciting candidate to one day discover alien marine life.
Give me a second.
Studded out shine.
These states. All right, let's see. Let's go to the Hopi prophecy. Hopi prophecy. The Hopi Blue Star, or Blue Kachina prophecy. An ancient Hopi Indian prophecy states that when the blue star Kachina makes its appearance in the heavens, the fifth world will emerge.
This tradition presents a spook or mystery god of origin. The dog star Sirius, as we have studied, outshines all other known stars in our canopy. Connects the constellations of Sirius and Orion, with Sirius B representing the goddess Sister Nefertis. It appears that the Dogon people and their associated tribes in Mali departed from ancient Egypt, as we have been taught, with their father Shabazz 50,000 years ago, and retained some of the ancient wisdom of their forefathers.
The fifth world is Native American speak for you're going to go through the apocalypse. The reset is going to happen. There will be a cataclysm like you've never even seen before, and you'll be in a brand new world, basically. Not that there are not other worlds, because there are. Above, below, to the sides, everywhere.
No, I can't hear you. Why don't you take the stage?
The stage down there?
Well, yes, you see the area that looks very much like a stage. Well, we have many serious matter to be talk about. Well, yes, you see the area that looks very much like a stage. Well, yes, you see the area that looks very much like a stage.
When the blue star Kachina makes its appearance in the heavens, that means the sky up above us, right? There will be a blue star. The fifth world will emerge. This will be the day of purification. This is also a similar trend that I've seen when studying eschatology or studying the end of things, right? Or the resetting of our world, which is this purification process. The world is being purified. The world's messed up right now. Like, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh man, I hope we can delay it. Oh man, I hope we can prevent it. Nah, no, not me. I mean, that's fine. I respect all of your little ideas and wants and desires and everything. I do. But me personally, the world's dirty, man, and it needs cleaned up. Of your religions, I believe. Okay? And I found evidence.
You know what? Craziest thing though, Jay, that wasn't even the one I was referring to. So hold on a second, folks, because yeah, we're going there again.
Welcome, it's London Man. In this segment, we will be covering
Epcot and the keyhole. Let's go.
Previously on Skull Island.
When it's pointed at the Hellstorm, the GO-13 satellite captures this disturbing image.
It looks just like a skull. This demonic-looking, evil face with the eye of the storm just as it's hitting the shore.
It looks like something straight out of the Day of the Dead celebration.
The skull is captured by an infrared camera that allows experts to analyze and track the intensity of the storm's raging winds.
As it turns out, this is really how the storm looked as it was making landfall in Haiti.
But the skull isn't stopping at Haiti. It's heading straight for the United States. It's heading straight for the United States. It's heading straight for the United States.
It was even a bit shocking for me, although I was expecting this whole thing about bigger Earth. And then this one, this is the supreme. I mean, everything is so supreme, but this craters guide map. And once you understand, again, the moon is the reflection of the surface of the lands and the oceans. And once you understand here that the craters are, you have the lands like Africa, for example, there's like craters on land like Africa and Europe and Asia, but the big majority of craters are on the bottom of the oceans. And that's what we see reflected on the moon. And that's why the moon of craters, because the moon reflects the surface of the lands of the continents and of the depths of the oceans. And the depths of the oceans are full of craters. So you see here, we have the big, there are craters, like for example in Europe and Siberia and Lemuria. So all like the dark blue here are continents, firm lands. There are craters, but the big majority of craters, the big ones, what you see in light blue, that's on the depth of the oceans.
The sketches and plans you will see today are simply a starting point. Our first overall thinking about Disney World. Everything in this room may change time and time again as we move ahead. But the basic philosophy of what we're planning for Disney World is going to remain very much as it is right now.
Face, almost like those statues with the noses missing. The Epcot model seems to be missing from the globe. On second thought, what if it's submerged in the swampy land? Reminds me of something. Let's take a look.
With the Super Friends working as a team, we'll be wiped out one by one.
That's precisely why I've asked you all here today. They probably can wipe us out, unless we two form a bond to work together. The 13 of us will form the most powerful and sinister group the world has ever seen. From now on, we'll be known as the Legion of Doom.
But we'll need a headquarters too.
Silence. We'll compromise. Our headquarters will be in the swamp, hidden beneath its murky waters.
Now all we have to do is construct an impenetrable fortress equipped with the most deadly devices in the universe.
Alright, look at the skull. Remember, Jay was talking about the skull over there, right? Look at the skull over there, right? But you know why this is over there? Check this out. They said the reason why this pattern is here because of an oil leak. They blame this on an oil leak. Yeah, right. And it made the shape of a skull, right? And I already said Mount Meru could be, you know, right here. And Jay said Mount Meru is where the skull is, right? So let's keep going.
Nothing will stop us now. With our combined powers of evil, we must pledge to wipe out the Super Friends. One for all, and all for doom.
So the Americans seem to be missing a Epcot model. Let's do a bit of connection, see what we come up with. There seems to be an image of a skull, but let's see what the official story is behind this. Okay, the story behind this seems to be an oil spill. Wow. The Americans are missing a Epcot model, which seems to be in the swampy lands of Florida.
It is time to drain
the swamp. Our headquarters will be in the swamp, hidden beneath its murky waters. Our headquarters will be in the swamp, hidden beneath its murky waters.
It's called Nowhere, the severed head of an ancient celestial being.
It is time to drain the swamp.
Hostia! ¿Qué es eso? Esto non è normale! Però che cazzo passa qui? Ma cagognola!
Take a look at the Disneyland model featuring Epcot. If you look closely, it says Gulf Hole. Could they be referencing to the Gulf of Mexico? If there is a hole in the Gulf of Mexico, it would have to be pretty big to be featured on the Epcot model. Let's take a look to see what could cause such a great big hole.
About 66 million years ago, a 10-kilometer wide object from space hit the Earth and initiated the fifth mass extinction event. From causing wildfires that raged across the continents to triggering tsunamis, the impact wiped out nearly 75% of life on the planet and specifically led to the extinction of non-avian dinosaurs. In addition, the impactor left behind a vast 180-kilometer wide crater known as the Chicxulub crater underneath the Yucatan Peninsula in today's Mexico.
Boom. Got 'em. Of course, the impact that killed the dinosaurs. Why didn't I think of that? A 200-mile crater in diameter at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. Wow, this is very interesting. Let me show you a few things. The flag of Mexico. If you look closely, you can see the bird in plain sight, but pay attention to. So yeah, that's you get what I'm trying to tell you there, right? The hole, the size of it, fucking humongous, right? Gulf of Mexico. Bingo. Hyperborea, hidden in plain sight. Let's quickly do some cross-referencing. Satellite imagery shows a crater at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. The Chicxulub crater is 200 miles in diameter and can also be seen from space.
The largest impact crater of the celestial body, Minerva, is located in its northwestern part. It reaches 440 kilometers in diameter, which is about 3 times larger than any other crater on Titan. The depression is about 200 meters deep, and the ring of the mountains surrounding it is less than 500 meters high. The fact is that according to studies, Minerva is not only the largest, but also the oldest extant crater on Titan. Different estimates put the age of the crater at between 300 million and 1.2 billion years. Erosion and tectonic processes have severely damaged the crater, and it is only thanks to its sheer size that it is still visible. Minerva has a well-defined internal structure. At its center there is a small flat plain, surrounded by a ring of hills. This region, with a total diameter of about 200 kilometers, is rather light and clearly visible from space.
This is the Chicxulub crater, located off the coast of Mexico. This crater is roughly 200 kilometers wide and 20 kilometers deep.
This region, with a total diameter of about 200 kilometers, is rather light and clearly visible from space. This region, with a total diameter of about 200 kilometers, is rather light and clearly visible from space. It is surrounded by a so-called moat, a stretch of dark plains about 50 kilometers wide. This is followed by a ring of low mountains that form the outer boundary of the crater.
There you go. It's all there. That description that they're giving you for Titan, the crater, it matches. What does it match? It's matching it. Matching Hyperborea. And the location, may I add that? So the description, the size, the location, it all matches up. I don't know what it is, but they're showing me it could be an eye or a skull or an entrance or something. I don't know. Well, it is what it is.
Evidence to support that. There were 13 tribes that lived here. Now, because they live here, they live for a very long time. As I talked about, when you live, remember, there's a plasma sheath or a dome that goes over this whole island and protects it. Okay. And this whole island is energized. Everything grows to gigantic sizes on this particular island, including insects. There's probably not a lot of insects, but there are. Okay. I don't want to get caught up on the insectoid thing, but anyways, everything here is gigantic, from the plants to the bugs to the birds to the humans to everything. It's all gigantic over here. There are areas where it's not, which is this island right here, which is the island of the pygmies. As you can see, this one's yellow, that one's yellow, that one's green, that one's green. There's a good reason for that. The green ones are the good ones, where it's there's plenty. Okay, it's very green and stuff like that. These ones are a little bit different. So you have a positive and negative even on this island itself.
What if?
Oh, I'm gonna stop that right there, matter of fact, Jay. You dropped some bombs there, bro. You dropped some bombs. I got work in a few hours. Oh man, that was brilliant. A bit of Chief Ironbush and then Jay Dreamers. Yeah, that was cold. That was cold. I'm grateful for that. How you folks doing out there? I hope you enjoyed the Smooth Sunday show. Triple S. Bit of Jay Dreamers, bit of Chief Ironbush for you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Lots more to cover. Trust me. I've been working on something new again. Right. So give me some time. I'm a busy guy. Busy guy. But yeah, it's all love. It's all love. Ladies and gentlemen. What's cracking, man? Salute to you new folks and salute to you you know, day oneers, I suppose. But yeah, big up to the new folks and big up to the folks who came on the strength of Chief. Salute to you people. Much love. Who got up in there? Daisy May, Kimberly, Manny, Lorena, Man E, Garden Goddess, Somewhere in Time. Yeah, salute to you folks. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. So yeah, hope you was entertained. Hope you was entertained. Plenty more to come. You know, plenty more to come. Arts Why in the building. Nice one. Neo Drifter, salutes. I see you. I see you, folks. Day One S, much love. Sam Carno in the building. I forgot you, my brother. Sorry, big up to my brother Sam Carno. Salute to Paul What the Flock, aka Black Sheep Researcher. Salutes to you, man. Yeah, man. Done no, lay low. Me and Chi's gonna link up pretty soon. Don't worry. It's about timing. Just getting some stuff together so we have things to talk about, right? Connect those dots in real time. So that'll be fun. That'll definitely be fun. Oh man, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. But you already know the motto. Look after yourself. Love over war. Lay low. Me set. London. I'm out.